Morning, Roby. I get it, brother. Today is actually going to be one of my most informative shows that I probably ever did. So if you have to step out, plan to be here for like 4 hours. Trump 2028. Trump 2028. Doesn't matter. Will the dragons return? Have the dragons ever left? What is coming down the pathways? Blood and destruction? Mayhem? How's it looking for the 401ks for the people who have worked for the past 20 to 40 to 50 years and are now deciding? Because they have no other choice. I mean, time is time. And when it's your time to retire, it's your time to retire. When it's your time to get older, it's your time to get older. You can't do nothing about that. So it's like, all right, we're ready to retire. And then the news that the world is falling apart hit. How do these people take that? Obviously, there's a frequency of fear. What about the people who took their life seriously because their parents told them to? And from 9th to 12th grade, they're like, yo, we're on it, right? They were brought up in a 2-parent home or a very well-structured 1-parent home, or guardians who really instilled in these people a game plan for life. They believe in the game plan because the game plan is pretty much mathematical and it will work. However, if some oddball variables come out of nowhere, it could change everything. And then oddball variables actually show up. Oddball variables actually show up when it's time for these people to either go to college or graduate from college. Get out, look for a job, and there's no jobs there. The confidence in the administrations have waned because it's proven that they have not been telling the public the truth. Reports are coming out that metrics have not been transparent with people. How is the world to take such things, right? People understand war, but if the actual danger is not in their vicinity, is not directly connected to them, we are feeling intrinsic energy, or rather energy that's kind of like passed down from the situation. We will feel this, and we're going to go over a lot today. Now, how many minutes is that? 6? Good. 2 minutes of music, about 3 minutes of me rambling about God knows what, and I do that strategically. There's certain keywords that I want to say. Why do I want to say them? Because the software is listening to me, and it's going to take those keywords and it's going to determine who it will give it to and if they're going to invite people in this room or not. Because That's where we're at. So you find yourself trying to figure out ways how to beat Skynet because we're there. There's no, what if, no, it's not what if, it's here. What are you talking about? It's all here. Today is going to be one of my most informative shows that I've ever done. So I'm prepared to actually be here for hours. I want to start off my show like this for real. One of the reasons that people can't logically reason on why things are happening has to do with miseducation and the suppression of knowledge. Miseducation and the suppression of knowledge. Two things, or rather one thing that they were miseducated on and was not given any knowledge to was one of the most powerful things that can control people. And it is really an ideology. What the Romans discovered long ago is that even physical torture would not change a belief of a people alone. You would get some because they would be scared to die, but then what they found is that these people would just go underground and keep their practice and lie to your face and say, oh, no, we would never praise our old gods. Why would we do that? We know that your God is the one and true God. So what the Romans did was they figured out, these people think we're stupid. Got something for them. I got something for them. They think we can only rule by brute force. Check this out. Watch this. And they created an ideology that was wrapped up and indoctrinated in the form of religion. Now, before I lose anybody, because God knows I don't want to talk about your precious religion, don't worry. There'll be no specifics today from me. But I just want to say this. I want to go back to what I said before. Miseducation and suppression of knowledge. Were you miseducated? Just answer me that before you turn it off and say, oh, well, nobody's going to talk about my Jesus today. I'm not going to talk about your Jesus today. This is bigger than Nino Brown and Jesus. Has to do with you and the possibility that some people, some group of people, may have purposely miseducated you and suppressed some other knowledge. Now, I've been working on this for quite some time. When I say quite some time, not a few hours. I've dedicated almost my entire half-life, not the entire life. It has been fun tracking down the truth. It's been frustrating. It's been lonely. I've been alienated. It's been worth it. It's all been worth it. I don't care. Because I know when my number's called, just like the rest that was called before me, my name got to be brought up as one of the people of light that help spread the truth. Speaking of the people of light, I was actually thinking about Bobby Hemmett. May he rest in peace. I've got a lot of good information from you, Mr. Bobby Hemmett, wherever your spirit may be. But William Cooper was another one. Spirit of Light. William Cooper. He was one of the first that I was put on to. We'll go over him today. Bobby Hemmett. You know what's worse than a lie? Half truth. Sometimes people tell half truths on purpose, and sometimes people tell half truths because that's what they was taught was the truth. They just spreading half truths. Half truths could, if the half truth is cut in half, then now what do you got? You had half. You got quarter of the truth. These are dangerously and drastically low ratios. You walking around with a quarter of the truth, and the rest is confusion. And the worst part is you don't even know you're a tool for mass distraction, which will lead to mass destruction. If you take your life serious today, I would ask that you empty your cup out today. You empty your cup out today. And let's refill it. Let's see if it still lands at the same spot. We'll first start out with world affairs. I just want to give you an idea of how the show is going to go, because by the end of the show, I will get into more taboo topics. I think they call them fringe. What I refuse to do is call it pseudo. One of the reasons I don't go over to the House of Consciousness, and shout out to Sarnetta because I love the brand that he's created. You get a lot of BS scholars over there talking about something. You get a scholar over there, he gonna argue with you about this all day long. He gonna argue with this and why you're wrong. Fool, you're wrong. Why would I argue about you about this if you're not willing to admit how this was written, how it actually got to the people? You know why? Because you stop your education. You don't know. You won't go any further. So I cannot trust somebody who stops because it would contradict their brand and what they believe. What you believe don't got nothing to do with the truth. Let me say that again. What you believe has nothing to do with actually happened. And that's what his channel is based on. So therefore, I knew right then and there, I don't belong over here. These people, to me, they are knowledgeable about things, about certain areas, about topics. They're very knowledgeable. But I rarely see anybody up there who's knowledgeable about the truth, what actually happened. They can't break it down. You got some good scholar. Shout out to Brother Jabari. Good scholars on these topics, but that's not what I do. I don't talk on topics. I wasn't sent here to this planet to talk about topics. Who's more knowledgeable in the topic? It doesn't concern me if the topic is full of lies. I'm more interested in bringing the truth to people and letting them see, because these topics could be used as a weapon, as we will see today in this show. Now, if you don't do nothing else, because all of you can't stay and watch the show, you can't. But if you don't do nothing else, I don't care if that number goes down to 0. This will be here for you to watch later on. Save this video, and if it's 4 hours, it's 5 hours, you work yourself through the video week by week until you hit the end, because this is going to be one of my best videos that I've ever done. Now, that being said, that's 16 minutes right there. Let's move on. Shout out Cryptic Wisdom is in the building. We'll give some shout outs and all that. Thomas, I don't know how to say that name, bro. Idochi says flesh does not inherit the kingdom. The kingdom is not of this world. Say it. Say it. Now, it's funny. I got some people from, it look like Hebrews in the house. We're going to talk about a lot today, but I do want to say the division between religions and even what we call races, national IDs, without history is a weapon of distraction. Right? I sit back and I watch the black community divided. Some people make money off this, like Sonetta. And they talk about the Israelites who's talking to the Moors and and then I'm looking at most of them and most of them are wrong. But no one's going to empty out their cup to get the new information. If you bring new information to them, which I've learned over there, they're going to call it fake science and the white man's science. That's what they're going to do. Who is the white man? Do you have any idea? Because the white man himself said in his own articles that they just got here around 10,000 years ago. So who are they? Right? So what I found out is they're ready to call what I say pseudoscience, right? When I go over there, you follow that pseudoscience. And the same one that's tricking you has given you your book of beliefs. The same one that's been lying to you, the same one that you say don't treat you right on this planet, he has given you your history. You know what I also learned? There's some people who thought they was doing the right thing because they wanted to build up the morale of the black people. So they changed the story. Then they died. Guess what? I found out what they did. I brought it to attention. It's not like many people want to acknowledge that. Why? Because it's sentimental now. And now you talk about one of our black leaders who's dead and gone. I'm not talking about your black leader. I'm talking about the energy and the information that he disseminated. It was inaccurate. I know why it was inaccurate. I know why he did it. It doesn't make it right because now we're left on a planet with more confused people. That's why. So again, like I said before, I live an alienated life because I belong to no group almost. This is why I named my show Society. It is my own society. May my tribe find me. Because I'm not willing to say, yeah. Noble Drew Ali, he spread the truth. It was a half truth, just like everything else. If half, I'm being very generous when I say half. Doesn't mean he was an idiot. Doesn't mean he didn't know things. On the contrary, I think he was very intelligent, but I think he wanted to boost the morale of his people so that we would garner the self-esteem that we needed. He knew that lack of self-identity was one of the reasons that we were weak as a people. So he sought to give us self-identity, but in doing so, no matter what the reason, it wasn't right to give us false hope. Now I see some people, the Hebrew people. The truth is this. If you dig into all of these religions, if you have the courage to dig into them, find the starting point. I found it, you could find it. Maybe it took me a long time, but I found it, you could find it. Then it is all right there to acknowledge something is not right. And all you need is one thread on a suit. And you start to pull that bad boy, and it's going to be mayhem. Next thing you know, you running to grandmama and them. Can you fix this? What'd you do? I pulled it. Well, why didn't you just cut it? Meaning, why you just don't stop listening to that boy over there? He ain't talking about nothing anyway. He don't believe in God. That's a lie. Why are you listening to him anyway? You'll leave, and then you'll come back and you'll sit in the bushes, and you just won't hit the like button. You won't hit the comment section as if I don't know you're there. Listen, I'm not there for your freaking friendship. I'm here because I was sent on a mission. You take it or you leave it. I wasn't the first. I won't be the last. The children of light will just keep coming. Not the only one down here. There's many. Some choose to do what they're told, and some choose to not to do what they're told. That's it. I want you to think about this before we get started. Is it a coincidence that Israel is made up of Is, Ra, and El? Is that a coincidence? Now this is a softball. This is a softball. I've looked into this Hebrew, Israel, Jewish, Zionist topic for a while, and I am not done. But I have enough to hold my own in a conversation. I definitely have enough to hold my own. Could the combination of those three syllables, Israel, has been just a code, just like Sa-A-Man or Sol-Mon-On. We'll get into it. See, that's what I love. When you start talking and people don't want to hear, because they say, I know what I believe. You only know what you believe. You don't know what you know. That's the thing. So I don't deal with belief. Anyway, that's going to be the later part of my show. As you can see, I don't care whose feelings I will offend today. If you stick around, you'll learn. If you don't, it makes me never mind. Not here for views. Now, where shall I start? Oh, I know where to start. Let's start right here.
Earlier today, confirmed by the Financial Times, first reported in London that BlackRock is indeed halting redemptions on one of its flagship funds. And we're not talking about some small little niche product either. A $26 billion fund that is, you will not be shocked to learn, seeing massive withdrawals, more than the fund can handle, and wishing to avoid the negative consequences that come with a constant investor withdrawals, which would be forced selling stage 2 behavior. The fund has said we're only going to honor about half of the withdrawals requests that we're getting, which is, as we've been saying all along, when this first started showing up, that is, the more investors are gated off and blocked from withdrawing their money, the more it's going to lead other investors to say, I better get my money out while I still possibly can. It leads to the...
Didn't this happen in 1905 with Pierce JP Morgan? JP Morgan. Hold on one second. Not Pierce JP Morgan. 1 second. I need I need this over here. Let's put the chat over here. She says, tell more. We're going to tell a whole cryptic wisdom. We're going to get into it. Don't worry. We're going to get into it. Let's see if people have the patience. And like I said, I'm recording the show. I learn when I talk about good topics, let me record it on my end. So I'll be putting it out the way I'm going to put it out. Because I'm going to be here today for a while. We're going to talk about a lot of stuff. We'll talk about the purpose of religion. We'll talk about how they control the finances, this, that, and the third. We're going to talk about a lot of stuff. So this is at least a 4-hour show. Let's keep going, though.
This domino or snowball effect where one after another. And this comes on a day, by the way, where we have historic moves in the oil market. Looks to be a huge panic going on in oil, which is only going to add more pressure to everything else. One reason why we're seeing private credit under pressure to begin with. And not to mention, I mean, the third thing we could talk about here, negative payrolls, seemingly shocking Wall Street and everybody else. Payroll report for February comes in negative for the 5th time in 9 months. So ton of stuff going on, but we're going to focus on private.
For the 5th time in 9 months. Here's the thing, though. I've been telling you this for a year and a half, 2 years. I know that because I listened to the Peter Schiff show. The Peter Schiff is just now. People are starting to book him just now. I'm starting to see him getting the algorithm. Good for him. I was watching Dan Bongino before Dan Bongino became FBI deputy director. I didn't just start watching Dan Bongino. I was listening to Peter Schiff before all of these people all of a sudden started booking Peter Schiff for shows. So I've been listening for quite a while to everybody. When I say everybody, I'm listening to the lowest YouTuber all the way up. I need to hear what's going on. And I'm putting on, there's a lot of people out here. But I was just blessed to run into Peter Schiff, and he was one of the first people to put me on to the fact of the unemployment report that comes out every month. But that wasn't the shocking part. What the shocking part was the revision the next month. When he said, the next month they always do a revision, and the numbers are nowhere close. They're never close. They're never like, oh, that's only like, we was off by like 1,000. Nah, it's not. That would be understandable in a certain way. I think that's reasonable. Oh, we miscalculated 1,000. The numbers they were miscalculating was in the tens of thousands, 80,000 and up, 100,000, 90,000. It was crazy. Now you combine that. Now it's one thing to say, that's a miscalculation. All right. It seems more like a pattern at this point because a miscalculation, I'm going to assume that you should find out why you miscalculated it once, and then you should resolve that so it doesn't happen again as frequent. And furthermore, the range of numbers, why are the numbers so large? Why are the quantities of your miscalculation so large? That's ridiculous. So the fact that it kept happening, tell me you couldn't stop it from happening. You did that all the way. You did it so long that you had to make an announcement of October or November of last year. You just random announcement came out in the middle of everything going on. By the way, we miscalculated 1 million jobs. But let us carry on. And the way you do it is so that the American people have no idea. Because everything is going, you say it so quietly. And then it's loud. When I say loud, when you announce the job report, you got all the major streaming platforms and Yahoo Finance putting it on the front page. Yo, 100,000 jobs added to the American economy. Then when you do your revision, it's in the back page of some slut magazine. Like, yo, we announced it. If you didn't see it, that's on you. What? I do not even read truckers and donkey holes. Why is this a magazine? Why is this a thing? Sir, I would have you know that 82,000 people are subscribed to truckers and donkey holes. So how am I supposed to know you don't read that? I don't want to assume because you black. That's racist, sir. Stop deflecting. The thing is, you did not say it with the same energy, because even though you want to induce fear into the people, into society, because it is a controlling mechanism, you don't want to cross the level of fear, because that now is defined as panic. And panic has its use when you determine it should be induced, but not before. Let us continue on.
Private credit today, because I think that's the biggest story. That's where the biggest risks lie. Not that there's not huge risk from oil. Oil is just going to compound the negative fundamentals that we have private credit. But this private credit story is really, it's gaining steam in all the wrong ways. So let's talk about what's going on with BlackRock and the rest of private credit, and I'll get to the others, the other big news later on.
I hope he talks about how a lot of people's pensions and retirements are wrapped up in these bubbles that could go south, could go sideways, as they say. People want their money, and now people can't get their money. You ever try to borrow from your 401k, and then all of a sudden you discover there's mad red tape? There's so much red tape when you try to get your own money. And at the end of the day, they don't even want you to leave with your own money, right? Because the penalty, if you decide to go against the rules, you're heavily taxed. Is that not odd to people? You can't get your money when you ask for it, but you was incentivized and advised to sign up for this program because it would be a measure of security that you could rely on. And in the end, doesn't seem like you're going to be able to rely on that. Let's keep listening.
We'll talk about oil. I'm going to, I was going to throw the oil story in here while we're doing this one, but that one deserves its own video. So I'm going to come back tomorrow morning, I think around 11 p.m. or 11 a.m. Eastern time. We're going to talk about oil, what will likely be a historic shift on the oil futures curve, which is, like I said, it's deserving of its own video. So I'm going to do an entire video just on oil tomorrow. And then Steve and I will be back on Sunday. We'll talk payrolls on Sunday because that also deserves a full and complete video. But like I said, here we're going to focus on private credit and get through here. Oil definitely deserves its own video. Historic move, historic reshaping in the curve. We'll see where the oil market ends up finishing today, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be either a record or a near record for the 3-month calendar spread. We haven't seen anything like this since the Russian invasion of Ukraine in 2022. Full-blown, complete panic in oil. And what that means, like I said, we'll go over that tomorrow. It deserves an entire video. There's just, very near a record already. Payrolls, another one that deserves a full explanation and full examination. We got 5 negative payroll months in the last 9. Unexpected drop. Some people tried to blame it on a strike, tried to blame it on weather, but it was really about this.
I heard that too. They're gonna throw all now. The reason I'm starting with this, I don't care if it's boring to you or what. If it's boring to you, leave. I started to understand why there was mystery schools, and then I started to respect them a little bit. Everyone didn't need to be an initiated into a mystery school in the first place. Then mystery schools always drip out the content. They never give it out at one time. They always drip it out. And this builds up something in a person. It builds up tolerance. It builds up patience in a person. It will eliminate some people that don't belong here. This video is going, even if nobody watches it. So I don't need you here. But I started with this because when we do get into some other things, some esoteric knowledge, some forbidden knowledge, then hopefully you can make the connection and put one and one together.
Same continuation of degradation in labor market. Plus, we got retail sales that came in weaker than expected as well. So, lots to talk about Sunday with Steve on the macroeconomic front, but we got to talk about BlackRock. Because like I said, that was a big one. It was a big one when Blue Owl did it just a couple weeks ago. Seems like a lifetime ago, but a couple weeks ago, Blue Owl said they're going to close off redemptions on a smaller fund. It wasn't even one of their bigger funds, on a smaller fund. And I said, look out. You know what's going to happen here. Other investors are going to see that, at least those who are paying attention. They're going to see that and they're going to say, I got to get my money out. And the reason why they get their money out is there's more going on in BlackRock than just the most recent news today about them blocking redemption. So let's go back about a week. First of all, BlackRock slashed their dividend. We talked about KKR, which was a private credit manager, how they had slashed their dividends, citing, of course, lower interest rates, which is not really what's going on here. It doesn't help, but lower interest rates aren't really the problem. The fund is experiencing losses, and the fund managers are looking ahead and thinking we're probably going to have more. So they slashed their dividends more than what people were expecting. The BDC, the stock of the BDC plummeted, but they were not the only one to cut their dividend. A BlackRock fund also cut its dividend. Why? Well, the article says declining interest rates, which, again, that's part of the issue, but that just lowers the amount of returns that are available in order to pay off or to pay for the increasing problems, which is soured loans that are pressuring their results. So they have soured loans, an outlook for more soured loans. So BlackRock, this fund, the TCP Capital Fund, cut its dividend down to 17 cents from 25 cents, and the shares in the fund, publicly traded, fell sharply as a result. And this fund should sound familiar because we've talked about it before. This is the one earlier, back in January, I believe it was, either early February or back in January, going off the top of my head. I think it was back in January. This is the same fund that said, look, we need to mark down our net asset value by 19% because we were involved in Renovo, but there was a bunch of other ones, including Amazon aggregators that were related to the consumer economy that is not doing well, that also had to have their loan values marked down. So they heard this fund already had a 20% markdown, or very nearly a 20% markdown on its net asset value. Now it's cutting its dividend. And it's not doing the BlackRock name, especially where it's related to private credit, any favors here. So with that taking place, we also got confirmation yesterday that they had slashed a private loan value within that fund from 100 the previous quarter to 0 at the end of the fourth quarter. Now, it's a small number. It's a small loan. It's not a huge deal. But this is the second or third time we've seen something like this happen. And the reason why it's important is because it goes to the same problem that we keep coming across, the same general themes that we keep coming across with everything with private credit. What people think they have, they don't actually have. If you're valuing loans at 100 and then the next quarterly update you say, well, that's actually 0, you aren't very much...
Yo, you this up. This is crazy, right? I just wanted to get somebody that could articulate this way better than I, so that we could see the shenanigans. It's like I could see this shenanigans, but I don't talk the language. So it's hard for me to articulate. So I'm not going to try to understand a butcher's business. No, I just get you to talk to the butcher. You understand? I'm trying to explain to you why you walking crooked on your shoes, but shoes is not my business. That's cobbler business. So I just let you talk to a cobbler.
On top of what's going on. Now, you can say it's just one thing or another, or just one loan or one small loan or another, just a bunch of one-offs. But eventually you put that together with the fraud that has taken place. We talked about the cockroaches, the fraudulent collateral, the financial irregularities. And it is very clear, or increasingly clear, that what people say they think they have, they don't have. What funds tell you they have, they probably don't have. So you, with this background in mind, especially...
That's very important. And I do believe this something similar in the same vein is going to happen when it comes to Bitcoin. Right? I do believe something very similar is going to happen. So I can't articulate it like him, but he said, what you think that you have, you don't even have. And he gave a fine example. I remember when BlackRock had gave out this loan, and they valued at 100%. And then they came back later on and said, actually, it's not valued at it. But they went from 100 to 0. And like he said, it wasn't like it was a lot of loan. It was just one. It was a large loan, no doubt. But I think people's expectancy of a fund manager who cannot see such a thing was either an imbecile or negligent, purposely negligent. I don't believe they're imbeciles. So why do such a thing? Unless you have something. Is it just to it wasn't to steal money. Why are people propping up Bitcoin as if it's the next thing, knowing it cannot be the next thing? Like, we understand fiat, but we also understand fiat that has been agreed to be used by the rest of the nations because of something. So when you have something like petroleum, and then all the nations get in one room and they say, I agree to buy petroleum, we all agree to buy petroleum using this currency, that's way different. It is that has just given that currency some true value, because that is the most number one sought after energy in the world, and they're all agreeing to trade that energy off of this one currency. Well, just so happens that that one currency is no longer the agreed upon currency to trade oil. So naturally it would lose its value. Bitcoin has never been agreed upon for anything. Not rare minerals, not energy, not anything. Yet it has big names like Michael Saylor and others that get up here and they call what they call them, the bit miners or something like that. Whatever they call themselves, they create a community and they artificially jack up the price, and it just makes no sense because it's not tied to anything of value that we need on this planet. So it's not a wonder to me why it is so volatile. It's volatile because it is moving merely off speculation and excitement and conversations. Why? What are we talking about? I'm not putting all my money into that. Suppose the person hits his head and then that conversation goes sideways tomorrow. That's crazy. So why is it happening? I want to shift the conversation now. That was good, but I don't think I can. I think now I need to shift the conversation. We're gonna get into two people today. One, Bill Cooper. I have a lot to read from Bill Cooper. And the second one will be Jordan Maxwell. So I can't run forever. I'm not in the mood to read if you haven't picked that up. But we will do what we must. We will do what we must. Oh, I didn't want to get rid of that. Oh well. Too late now. Alright, here we go. Excerpts from Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars. Oh no, why'd you do that? I didn't want to do that. Give me a second. I did not want to do that. Let me go to another. I gotta go to another browser. Browser's tripping. Oh, this is a way better browser anyway. Okay, here we go. All right. There we go. Excerpts from Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars. It says this copy was furnished by Mr. Tom Young. I guess he has permission. Excerpts printed in Word. So basically, I'm going to read for you guys. I'm not in the mood, but it has to be done. So you can just listen, and I'll read. We'll stop after this chapter. We'll listen to Jordan Maxwell. We'll come back to some reading. I'll give my commentary where it deserves to be put in. Okay, William Cooper's Author's Notes. I read top secret documents which explains that the Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars is the doctrine adopted by the Policy Committee of the Bilderberg Group during its first known meeting in 1954. A copy found in 1969 was in the possession of Naval Intelligence. So, what's that, page 45? Good. I can just go back there. If you don't know, William Cooper was an officer in the Navy. I don't know if I have his resume here. Give me a second. I also have the same book right here. Don't worry about it. Just want to see. And oh, I do got my glasses, but they're in the truck. It says, I graduated 1961 from Yamato High School in Japan. That fall, I enlisted into the Air Force. I really wanted to go into the Navy, but I had always had a tendency towards a sickness and seasickness. I attended basic Lackland Air Force Base, Texas, Technical School for Aircraft and Missile Hydraulics in Amarillo Air Force Base. On completion, I was ordered to the 495th Bomb Wing of the Strategic Air Command at Shepherd Air Force Base just outside Wichita Falls. The name was later changed to 4245th Bomb Wing. Don't ask me why. In just short time, I had gone from a skinny kid who didn't know much about anything, even though I thought I did, to an airman who had secret security clearance and worked on B-52 bombers, KC-135 refueling aircraft, and Minuteman missiles. So, before we get into this whole he's a conspiracy theorist nonsense, I just want you to know a little something about the author. I don't believe him to be a conspiracy theorist because what he has predicted has surely come to pass, and it is coming to pass. He said, I saw real atomic bombs. I worked around them on a daily basis. Because of that, I had to wear a dosimeter just in case I was exposed to radiation. In those days, we were elite of Air Force, and we knew we were the elite of the Air Force, and we knew it. I received a letter of commendation for my work. In due time, I was awarded the National Defense Medal and the Air Force Good Conduct Medal. Actually, I think everyone was awarded the National Defense Medal so that no one would be embarrassed standing in formation with nothing on their chest. Makes sense? One second. His parents. I just want to get to the point where I'm reading right now. I'm reading the same thing. There we go. It was during this time that I met a couple of sergeants who kind of adopted me. We went out to the clubs together and usually ended up chasing women and drinking a lot of beer. They told me several stories about being attached to a special unit that recovered crashed flying saucers. Sergeant Meese told me that he had been on one operation that transported a saucer so large that a special team went before them, lowering all telephone poles and fence posts. Another team followed and replaced them. They moved it only at night. It was kept parked and covered somewhere off the road during the day. Since we were always half tank when these stories came out, I never believed them. Sergeants were known to tell some tall tales to younger guys like me. I'm going to keep on reading. I was going to stop. On November 22nd, 1963, I was on duty as charge of quarters for the Field Maintenance Squadron. Most of the men were out on the flight line working. The barracks orderlies had been assigned their task. The first sergeant was going somewhere, and I was alone. I turned on the orderly room TV to watch the live broadcast of the president's motorcade in Dallas. I was not prepared for what I saw. I stared in disbelief as the events unfurled in front of my eyes. I knew that something had happened, but what? I had seen and heard the assassination, but my mind was not accepting it. I kept staving at the set to discover what it was that happened, when slowly the realization crept over me. A numbness spread up my arm and legs. I saw what happened. The hair stood on the back of my neck and a chill went down my spine. President Kennedy had been shot right in front of my eyes. At that point, huge tears began to stream down my face. Waves of emotion rushed through my body. I felt that I had to do something, so I picked up the direct line to the command center. I choked back tears. When the command duty officer answered, I told him that the president had just been shot in Dallas. There was a pause and he asked me, "How do you know he has been shot?" I told him that I had watched it on television and then hung up the phone. I was numb all over. A few minutes later, the command officer called back and ordered a red alert on DECON 2. Defense Condition 2 meant war was imminent. The roar of jet engines could already be heard as the alert crews taxied their planes toward the runway. I was scared S-less as I ran from the barracks to barracks, routing out the night shift and those who had the day off. We had been told that we had about 15 minutes to launch all of our planes before the first atomic bomb would hit us in the event that the Russians launched an attack. Wow. I just wanted you to know who is giving us this information. Now, he goes into more, but it is his book. And I guess he goes into these things just to let you know that he's not some clown from Circus Town. But he did have top security clearance. And he probably felt like, yo, I was put in this position in this position so that I could do exactly what I'm about to do, which is give it to the people. Whether they believe me or not is going to be that's a different story. But I will give it to the people. So going back to Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars, his notes say that he read top secret documents which explain that Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars is the doctrine adopted by the policy committee of the Bilderberg Group during its first known meeting in 1954. A copy found in 1969 was in the possession of the Naval Intelligence. The following document, dated 1979, was found in July 7th, 1986 in an IBM copier that had been purchased at a surplus sale. Crazy. Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars, an introductory programming manual, operations research. Technical Manual TM SW7905. Welcome aboard. This publication marks the 25th anniversary of the Third World War, called the Quiet War, being conducted using subjective biological warfare fought with silent weapons. Well, I did tell you today will be my most important show. So it is not a mystery to me that the numbers are low, and I didn't put any of those fancy keywords. If I would have put Trump and Iran and that's what these softwares want. They want you to continue the spread of the fair frequency. However, for that type of title to be on this type of show, it limits, because what's going to happen is they know that's going to get excitement for the day. But then no one's going to come back and watch that video. I didn't want to do that. We'll get this video out there. Don't worry about it. But this is a very important video today on so many levels. This book contains an introductory description of this war. Now, he wrote this years ago. So, I don't know if you're going to call it a coincidence that he would even bring up biological warfare when apparently that is what happened 2020 to right now, 2019 to right now. A biological weapon was released. People are blaming China, forgetting that America paid China. The U.S. dollars were used to create that weapon. U.S. dollars was used to create that weapon that the administration told Dr. Fauci, I don't even want you practicing this here. So I don't know where you're going to go. Maybe he went to China because it's part of the story, right? On the outside of the story, it looks like, they're all fighting each other. But if you look closely, maybe there's one storyline and everyone is playing the character in the storyline, this universe. The universe, this one script. So you get mentally intelligent, lazy people over here in the United States. So you're trying to create that biological weapon. No, the United States paid China. Then they both released it to the world together because you created it, you helped fund it. Then they came with some weak ass story about how it was accidentally released. Allegedly. Yet, 30 years before you even did that, a child of the light came. He had the courage to put out a book. This publication marks the 25th anniversary of the Third World War, called the Quiet War, being conducted using subjective biological warfare, fought with silent weapons. This book contains an introductory description of this war. It strategizes its weaponry, security. It is patently impossible to discuss social engineering or the automation of a society, i.e., for example, the engineering of social automation systems, silent weapons, on a national or worldwide scale without implying extensive objectives of social control and destruction of human life. For example, slavery and genocide, which we've seen both of. To this day, there's still women being trafficked, there's still people being trafficked so that they can go work for other people illegally, that they can be used as sex slaves. We've seen the genocide in Palestine that was justified through religion. And that's why we'll talk about religion in a second. This manual is in itself an analog declaration of intent. Such a writing must be secured from public scrutiny. Otherwise, it might be recognized as a technical, formal declaration of domestic war. Furthermore, whenever any person or group of persons in a position of great power and without a full knowledge and consent of the public uses such knowledge and methodology for economic conquest, it must be understood that a state of domestic warfare exists between said person or group of persons and the public. The solution of today's problems requires an approach which is ruthlessly candid, with no agonizing over religious, moral, or cultural values. The solution of today's problems requires an approach which is ruthlessly candid, with no agonizing over religious, moral, or cultural values. You have qualified for this project because of your ability to look at human society with cold objectivity and yet analyze and discuss your observations and conclusions with others of similar intellectual capacity without a loss of discretion or humility. such virtues are exercised in your own best interest, do not deviate from them. That is clearly the talk of a reptilian. I say that because they are cold-blooded in more than one way. William Cooper's author's note: above all emphasis are mine, as are those in the following two sections, and including bracketed additions throughout. So he basically wanted you to know every time he capitalized that was his emphasis. The original document did not come with all this emphasis put on it, but he wanted to get across to you the language that was being used, because this was an actual, according to him, this was an actual document found in a copier. I do recognize this document, based upon the document's own admission, as a formal declaration of war by the Illuminati upon the citizens of the United States of America. I acknowledge that a state of war exists and has existed between the citizens of the United States of America and the Illuminati aggressor based upon this recognition. I present to you that the peaceful citizens of this nation are fully justified in taking whatever steps may be necessary, including violence, to identify, counterattack, and destroy the enemy. I base this statement upon the God-given right of any peaceful people to defend themselves against attacks and destruction by any enemy waging war against them. If you notice, there was a big campaign to get rid of automatic weapons in this country, not handguns, because how far are you going to go with handguns? But their concern was that some of the people, many of them white, that they put in a position in society to live comfortably, were actually taking on their days off, going to these gun shows, and they were stockpiling weapons. Now, many of these communities found out what the government was doing, tracking them, and then coming up with some bogus ass reason to come and confiscate their ammunition and their guns. They don't want that these groups to exist, not because they are a threat to domestic security, but because they are a threat to the agenda plan to lockdown controls on humanity on this continent and in this world, but specifically on this continent. You see, every government has to control their people, how they're going to control their people. So we're not so much worried about what's going to happen in Australia. Yo, you deal with that. But I will take some tips from you on seeing how you deal with your people. Anyway, we had all these false flags. The last false flag, in my opinion, got Alex Jones in trouble because he was fixated, because of his frustration, he got fixated on the issue. Then, because he would not let it go, they just totally came to destroy him. That's their job, to make you sound and look crazy. We understood what happened. We understood, and if you didn't understand this. Everyone's not going to understand. So, when I give out the knowledge, those who stay, that is who's supposed to be here. Those who leave, they wasn't supposed to be here. They wasn't never supposed to understand. So when you see all of these situations happening, whether it's at a school, a movie theater, and an automatic rifle was used, we know what you're trying to do. We understand Manchurian candidates is a real thing. We understand MK Ultra programs is a real thing. I cite the principles outlined in the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution of the United States of America, and the fully recognized and acknowledged historical precedents that I have served as a justification for the destruction of tyrants. Historical introduction. Silent weapon technology has evolved from operations research, OR, a strategic and tactful methodology developed under the military management Eisenhower and England during World War II. Hold on 1 second. Let's see if I can do something. Let's leave that right there. All right. Here we go. The original purpose of operations research was to study the strategic and tactical problems of air and land defense with the objective of effective use of limited military resources against foreign enemies. The original purpose of operations research was to study the strategic and tactical problems of air and land defense with the objective of effective use of limited military resources against foreign enemies. It was soon recognized by those in positions of power, the Council on Foreign Relations, the CFR, that the same methods might be useful for totally controlling a society, but better tools were necessary. Social engineering, the analysis and automation of a society, requires the correlation of great amount of constantly changing economic information data. You see why I led with the first video? He who have ears, let him hear. If I was all about clout, I would have came here and tried to. This ain't that. This ain't that. It could be one person in here, and I won't care. Someone's gonna walk away with this and be like, "Yo, that's crazy," because all of this has been prophesied. All of this has been predicted. Social engineering, the analysis and automation of a society, requires the correlation of great amounts of constantly changing economic information data. So a high-speed computerized data processing system was necessary. So a high-speed computerized data processing system was necessary, which could race ahead of the society and predict when society would arrive for capitulation. Relay computers were too slow, but the electronic computer invented in 1946 by Presper Eckert and John W. Mauchly filled the bill. The next breakthrough was the development of the simplex method of linear programming in 1947 by the mathematician George B. Dantzig. 1 second. My fault. There we go. Then, in 1948, the transistor invented by J. Bardeen, W. H. Brattain, and W. Shockley promised great expansion of the computer field by reducing space and power requirements. With these three inventions under their direction, those in positions of power strongly suspected that it was possible for them to control the whole world with the push of a button. Immediately, the Rockefeller Foundation got in on the ground floor by making a 4-year grant to Harvard College, funding the Harvard Economic Research Project for the study of the structure of the American economy. 1 year later, in 1949, the United States Air Force joined in. In 1952, the original grant period terminated, and a high-level meeting of the elite was held to determine the next phase of social operations research. The Harvard Project had been very fruitful, as in born out of the publication of some of its results in 1953, suggesting the feasibility of economic social engineering. Studies in the structure of the American economy, copyright 1953, by Wasley Leontief, International Sciences Press, White Plains, New York. Engineered in the last half of the decade of the 1940s, the new Quiet War machine stood to speak in sparkling gold-plated hardware on the showroom floor in 1954. With the creation of the Mesa in 1954, the promise of unlocking unlimited sources of fusion atomic energy from the heavy hydrogen in seawater, and the consequent availability of unlimited social power was a possibility only decades away. I'm going to keep reading. The combination was irresistible. The Quiet War was quietly declared by the International Bilderberg Group at a meeting in 1954. Although the silent weapon system was nearly exposed 13 years later, the evolution of the new weapon system has never suffered any major setbacks. This volume marks the 25th anniversary of the beginning of the Quiet War. Already, this domestic war has had many victories and on many fronts throughout the world. Political introduction. In 1954, it was well recognized by those in positions of authority that it was only a matter of time, only a few decades, before the general public would be able to grasp and upset the cradle of power, for the very elements of the new silent weapon technology were as accessible for a public utopia as they were providing a private utopia. The issue of primary concern that a dominance revolved around the subject of the energy sciences. Energy is recognized as the key to all activity on Earth. Natural science is the study of the sources and control of natural energy. And social science, theoretically expressed as economics, is the study of the sources and control of social energy. Both are bookkeeping systems, mathematics. Therefore, mathematics is the primary energy science. And the bookkeeper can be king if the public can be kept ignorant of the methodology of the bookkeeping. All science is merely a means to an end. This means is knowledge. The end is control. The end always justifies the means. Beyond this remains only one issue: who will be the beneficiary? In 1954, this was the issue of primary concern. Although the so-called moral issues were raised in view of the law of natural selection, it was agreed that a nation or world of people who will not use their intelligence are no better than animals who do not have intelligence. Black people, let's take a break. Black people of the ghetto, you must somehow fight the darkness. I see people come up here and they embrace the darkness. You cannot embrace the darkness and at the same time complain about the synergy between you and the darkness if you have willingly ran to support the darkness. Then I don't want to hear about correctional officers that beat the shit out of you when you end up in a predicament which you did not end up there by mistake. You ended up there because you embraced ignorance, bad decisions, breaking the law, breaking ordinances, right? There's nothing honorable about your actions, and sometimes I have done dishonorable things to get where I needed to get on this planet. However, one thing I will not try to do is normalize my behavior because I made a decision to do something where I thought it was going to get me ahead. I just did what I had to do. The normalization of this is ridiculous. What I'm not seeing is a huge display of intelligence in these black ghettos. You have a lot of power amongst you. However, let us remember natural selection, the law of natural selection. This book says, the law of natural selection was agreed that a nation or a world of people who will not use their intelligence are no better than animals who do not have intelligence. I do not know why you guys feel like the more ignorant you are, the more abusive you are to your own people, the more violent you are to your own people, this raises your value somewhere. It does raise your value to the people who are going to lock your silly ass up. Do you know how much you're worth to a private prison? You going in there is the same thing as us being born with and they immediately giving us a social security number and a birth certificate docket number. We are immediately put into a portfolio where now that government is able to negotiate with private banks. We call them central bankers. And we can borrow money largely on the fact that you just exist. And at some point you're going to take, it doesn't even matter if you decided willingly or unwillingly, you will contribute to society. Or someone will do it on your behalf. From the day you're born, you're not even let out the hospital without a bill. Somebody got to pay something. So the money's being made on your existence from day one. Now, if you cannot function in society, they will put you in another ecosystem. You can't seem to function up there, we're going to put you here. You don't have to do nothing. Money will be made off of you. Don't worry about it. Soap needs to be supplied for you. We'll make money off of that. You're going to want to talk to somebody on the phone. Money will be made for that. You want to use the vending machine when somebody come and visit you. Money will be used for that. You want to buy shit. Money will be used for that. We will trade your time. If you are willing to give us some time, you want to work. The same thing we're paying somebody out there $25 an hour for, we will pay you 7 cents. So I don't want to hear, yo, they only pay us 7 cents. That's not the point, nigga. That is definitely not the point. They own you. The point is you need to get the fuck out of there and stay out of there. That's the point. Now, when you come back to this ecosystem, making 7 cents is ridiculous. Because that's not how we operate. You are a nation amongst yourselves who have not displayed intelligence. And this is not to the entire black community. This is just that small portion of the black community that refuse to accept that the darkness is not the way. You want to do things your way. Well, apparently you don't think alone. It's like a fucking millions of you who's thinking the same shit. But then you want to give me a sad ass violin story. Yo, you don't even know, it wasn't even. Nigga, I got a good idea. Fuck you mean I don't know? Yo, you don't know how that shit was in there on purpose, my boy. I don't want to know. The thing is to stay out of there. Then come back out here and display what? Display signs of intelligence. The stupid shit I'm seeing. When some of these ghetto algorithms. Black people arguing back and forth. Grown men taking their time out to talk about silly shit that will not amount to a coin. For days. For months. Years. Talking silly shit. And it never amounts to a goddamn coin. It, to me, is definitely signs of unintelligent life. So what the fuck is the rest of us supposed to do with unintelligent life rather than kill it? If it can't be used, you're useless, nigga. Now let's keep going. Such people are beasts of burden and stakes on the table by choice and consent. Facts. Consequently, in the interest of future world order, peace and tranquility, it was decided to privately wage a war against the American public with an ultimate objective of permanently shifting the natural and social energy wealth of the undisciplined and irresponsible many into the hands of the self-disciplined, right on, responsible and worthy few. In order to implement this objective, it was necessary to create, secure, and apply new weapons, which, as it turned out, were a class of weapons so subtle, soft touch like velvet. I don't even know it's there. You ever had Johnny Blue? There's a difference between Johnny Black and Johnny Blue. That damn Johnny Blue go down like silk liquid. In order to implement this objective, it was necessary to create, secure, and apply new weapons, which, as it turned out, were a class of weapons so subtle and sophisticated in their principle of operation and public appearance as to earn themselves the name silent weapons. Let's take a break right here. Let me do some house cleaning. Do some house cleaning out this month. First things first. My name is Jamel Saladin. We got my girl Winter in the house, in the building. You see, Winter says they make us think that each group is out to get the other group. Yep, pit us against. Yep. We got Boondocks in the building. He says that COVID-19 was made in North Carolina. Maybe he wants to share a link with us. We got Little Foots in the building. Today, we will be going over a lot. This one is for the books. I already started recording it, so we ain't got to worry. Chop this bad boy up and put out the important parts, right? So we will be reading Behold the Pale Horse today, but we also will be hearing from Jordan Maxwell, because I believe religion is one of the top tools used to control the people. Education also, right? So it's a cross between education and religion. But education is part of religion. If they gave you false information about the religion that you were either born into or chose later on, then your belief is tainted and you don't even know it, which is a form and a tactic of silent weapons for quiet wars. We'll get into all of that today. So, that being said, welcome to the show. And let us carry on. Littlefoot says religion is man-made. Is it not? It is definitely man-made. There is not much in society that is not. Let me ask you something, Littlefoots. These Elohim, what would you consider them? It was a few of them. What would you consider them? Because they're stronger than you, more technically advanced than you, would that alone make them God? Because they have the ability to make another human being or edit another human being's DNA, does that make them God, Littlefoots? Because we could clone people today. So we are making humans. So the byproduct of this Elohim have learned how to create humans. The byproduct of this Elohim have also learned how to edit the DNA of the humans. So why? What is so special about the word God? But we know that Elohim means more than one person. But my question is, should we be perceiving these people as whatever they mean by God? What is that? What is that? Are these Elohim not man that learn how to create another man? That probably had billions of years of technology and understanding that primitive people on this planet did not understand. So when we see them flying in the skies, all that the ancient people could do about it is really write it down in their way that they knew how to write it down. So when you read Ezekiel, you kind of really see like, yo, I don't know what this is. It was a wheel inside of a wheel with eyes on the outside. Was those eyes not lights? When we read the Vedic ancient stories about the gods who flew in the sky, was that term God, what does that mean? Or were these just human beings who were way more technically advanced? Like, we even came up with these terms, human beings and all this other stuff. We like to label everything because it helps us make sense. But obviously, we were not that different from whoever these people were. Because it also says in this book that they created us in their likeness. It also says that in the creation of tablets, in the Mesopotamia tablets of creation, it tells how these same beings created us. So that would make us think, now, what is divinity then? And what is a God? What is God? If we're not questioning these things, I don't think people that don't question these things are serious about nothing. I'm dead ass serious. If people are not questioning what is a God, if matter of fact, at this point, if you're not acknowledging that the Elohim was more than one, start there, then you're not taking shit serious. There's no reason for me to conversate with you, right? If you're going to make excuses for why the word Elohim was turned into a singular term, I don't have no time to conversate with you. You could talk to them fucking Walking Dead out there. Talk to them. But if you want to have a serious conversation, because it's not like I turned the term into a singular term. I didn't do that. But we already have the evidence now that is not refutable. So now once we have something that's not refutable, let's have a conversation about it. So how can you be the house of consciousness if we're not talking about that? If we're not talking about that, if you don't want to start there because you got religion and you like, well, my religion say, yo, respectfully, you talking stupid. Get up out of here. You talking like somebody who wish upon a star. I'm not here to wish upon fucking stars. You understand? I'm here to talk about what is irrefutable. And what's irrefutable is that the word Elohim meant more than one powerful being. So is we going to talk about that or we not going to talk about that? By the way, Littlefoot, none of this energy is for you, my boy. Right? I just get passionate when I talk. None of this energy is for you. You just opened up a gate for me to talk to the people. That's it. I don't want you to be like, yo, why are you going off on me? I am not going off on you. This is not even directed to you. I think you brought up a dope point. You brought up a dope point that I just needed to alley-oop. Religion is man-made. It was man-made to control the people because once they found out how fascinated people were by a priest who could talk to the gods, a shaman who could talk to the gods by shaking coconuts with holes in them, that we're gonna get rain now. He was able to talk to the gods. Then they treat him differently. Who else wants to be a shaman at this point? It doesn't take a genius to figure out, yo, why the fuck am I working every day when I could just pretend to be a shaman? I should enter the religious sect of order. Now that had to happen hundreds of thousands of years ago, and until this day, you still got phony baloney ass priests, imams, rabbis. Not all of them. But I'm saying you get people who get involved in religion only because it is going to be a benefit to them on this planet. But we'll get to there. I don't want to move ahead. In order to implement this objective, it was necessary to create, secure, and apply new weapons, which, as it turned out, were a class of weapons so subtle and sophisticated in their principle of operation and public appearance as to earn themselves the name of silent weapons. In conclusion, the objective of economic research as conducted by the Magnets Capital Banking in the industries of commodities, goods, and vices is the establishment of an economy which is totally predictable and manipulative. In order to achieve a total predictable economy, the low-class elements of the society must be brought under total control. For example, must be housebroken, trained, and assigned a yoke and a long-term social duties from a very early age, before they have an opportunity to question the propriety of the matter. In order to achieve such conformity, the lower class family unit must be disintegrated by a process of increasing preoccupation of the parents and the establishment of government-operated daycare centers for the occupationally orphaned children. You know why your parents work 5 days a week, 40 hours a week? Do you? I had saved a short. I'm looking for it, but I don't see it now. I don't see it. Hold on. Let me see if I can do it like this. I said I'm not interested. See what's going on history.com. Give me a second. What does this say here? Probably not what I know. It's not what I'm looking for, but now I'm curious. This is history.com. It says 5 days of work and 2 days of play is how most American structures live their lives. But the 40-hour, 5-day work week wasn't enshrined until the passage of the Fair Labor Standards Act in 1938. Come on. That was the culmination of more than a century of Americans working, fighting for shorter hours, better wages, and safer working conditions. At the turn of the 20th century, it was not uncommon for most Americans to work 60 or more hours a week. Labor historian at Georgetown University. In 1898, Massachusetts published Labor Bulletin tracking the wages and the hours of domestic workers in the Commonwealth. Domestic cooks at the time worked 78 to 83 hours a week for about 9 cents an hour. That's crazy talk. They got Sundays off and sometimes a half a day on Saturdays. Some factory workers in Massachusetts were slightly better off. According to the state law, women and children could only work a maximum of 50 hours a week in tax mills. This is crazy talk. The 19th century 8-hour movement. In many ways, the idea of limiting working hours and days extended back to the very beginning of the American labor movement. The rally cry for the 19th century labor movement was 8 hours labor, 8 hours recreation, 8 hours rest. Recreation, sorry. 8 hours labor, 8 hours recreation, 8 hours rest. The thing is, do you get that 8 hours recreation? I think it's a good plan if I'm thinking about it. Usually it's a little bit more. Most people, I would say, probably travel an hour. For me to travel 2 hours to work is nothing. Because I'm going to go where the money is. I'm going to get there one way or the other. But has it been enough? Has it been enough when you cut that family down in half and you have a woman who has 3 kids? Is that enough time for her to adequately give to the children, the home, herself? So she has to get to work, do the job, get back from work. Many people do it. Should it be the way? I'm going to say that homes are designed for both parents. So that education would have to come earlier. That you only want to be out here having sex with somebody if you plan to be with them. Anyway, that's what the religions say. So we can't fault the religions for that. That's what the religions say. Because you're going to be fruitful and you multiply, but are you going to be able to take care? Now, granted, maybe society wasn't as complicated when these laws were written in place. But the concept still applies. If never more than now. So if we want to take control of the narrative, we have to start putting things back in place. We have to start putting protocols back in place. All religion did was take the universal laws that make sense, the mathematical laws. They put them in one place and then they added the dogma. You don't need the dogma. You just need... It's like, why would you go to a middleman for that? When the plug is right there. Plug is in the mirror. You are the plug. You are the plug. The plug is in the mirror. Why you need a pimp? Pimp is crazy. The quality of education given to the lower class must be of the poorest sort, so that the moat of ignorance isolating the inferior class from the superior class is and remains incomprehensible to the inferior class. Everything that he's saying, I've seen this nation do. With such an initial handicap, even bright lower class individuals have little, if any, hope of extricating themselves from their assigned lot in life. This form of slavery is essential to maintaining some measure of social order, peace, and tranquility for the ruling upper class. God damn if that could not have been better articulated. And then when you get these people who are given the best education, they are in a network circle who grow together at different companies. These would be the people who eventually run for senator, eventually run for president, eventually run for congressman. These will be the heads of the boards of education, of the heads of some of the largest corporations in the world. All you have to do is realize, like myself, are you trying to play me? You don't want to give me the education. This is why in my household, everybody understands that school is trying to fucking play us. But guess what? We already recognize that. So you know what we did in my house? We teach ourselves. I told my daughter already, don't rely on these teachers. Never mind racists. I don't think they're not trying to teach you because you're black. They may do some other shit because you're black. No, they not teaching none of these children. But guess what? That directive comes from above them, and they don't even know that they are in on it, right? So these teachers are told what they could teach, and then they're given options that it's like, nah, they're gonna watch. If we give them the option to say, hey, you can give our homework or you don't have to give our homework, it don't matter. My daughter asked me, what was the reason for homework? So that you can reflect on what you learned in class today. It is a secondary security measure to help contain the information that you just went over today. Because God knows you probably had class clowns in the class and things that broke up the flow of information that was supposed to come from your teacher. Not only that, quite frankly, teachers are human beings too, and some of them are burnt out, right? Teacher is just an occupation, but some of them want to go to happy hour, go out and whore themselves out for the night, doing a fucking walk of shame on a Wednesday morning. You got class to teach, stupid. Did you prepare last night? Of course not. Now you're going to go in there and give them some line of bullshit. But in reality, your whole entire life is out of control. So this is how you run your class. And what's sad is when it's a math teacher, when it's a science teacher. I'm going through this now with my daughter. This is why we do Khan Academy in this house. My daughter, I said, what are you learning? She's in 8th grade. I said, what are you learning? Math. I said, what type of math? When I ask you, what are you learning? I mean, what type of math? I know you're learning math in math class, or you're supposed to be. What type of math? Do you know? No. I said, go find out. Ask her. See if she knows. Long story short, my daughter comes back and say, well, we're supposed to be learning pre-algebra, but she messed up, so now we're doing algebra 1. I said, exactly. So it's no wonder that the rest of the class might be a little bit thrown off. She didn't even start from the foundation. She started in the middle. Who the fuck starts in the middle? Your teacher. That's who. So I said, this is what we're going to do. We're going to do Khan Academy, and we're going to start from pre-algebra like we're supposed to, so that you have a better understanding. This is not a punishment. This is to give you the confidence that you need. But I'm not worried about that little girl. Only little girl I know that has been accepted into collegiate classes already. She'll be fine. Descriptive introduction of the silent weapon. Everything that is expected from an ordinary weapon is expected from a silent weapon by its creators, but only in its own manner of junctioning. It shoots situations instead of bullets. Ha. Propelled by data processing instead of chemical reaction explosion, original from bits of data instead of grains of gunpowder from a computer instead of a gun, operated by a computer programmer instead of a marksman, under the orders of a banking magnate instead of a military general. You have to understand what he's saying to you. And he said this 30 years ago. Now we are starting to see the economy crumble, but at the same time we're starting to see nanotechnology being slowly induced into a normal standard operating procedure into society. It is so subtle that how can you prioritize which one to talk about when there is a world war on the brinks? So while you're looking over here at the world war, the science community and the medical community are lobbying your lawmakers. This is why I say find out who your senators and your congressmen are, so that they can slowly introduce into law the creation of nanotechnology and science medicine. Hit the fucking like button if I never told you to hit the like button. Now you can hit the like button. But don't worry, I got like 3 more hours. Hit the like button and do subscribe to the channel. It makes no obvious explosives noises, causes no obvious physical or mental injuries, and does not obviously interfere with anyone's daily social life. Yet it makes an unmistakable noise, causes unmistakable physical and mental damage, and unmistakably interferes with daily social life. Unmistakably to a trained observer, one who knows what to look for. The public cannot comprehend this weapon, and therefore cannot believe that they are being attacked and subdued by a weapon. The public might instinctively feel that something is wrong, but because of the technical nature of the silent weapon, they cannot express their feeling in a rational way or handle the problem with intelligence. Therefore, they do not know how to cry for help and do not know how to associate with others to defend themselves against it. When a silent weapon is applied gradually, the public adjusts, adapts to its presence, and learns to tolerate its encroachment on their lives until the pressure, psychological via economic, becomes too great and they crack up. Therefore, the silent weapon is a type of biological warfare. It attacks the vitality, options, and mobility of the individuals of a society by knowing, understanding, manipulating, and attacking their sources of natural and social energy and their physical, mental, and emotional strengths and weaknesses. Give me control over a nation's currency, and I care not who makes its laws. Mayor Amschel Rothschild, 1743 to 1812. Today's silent weapons technology is an outgrowth of a simple idea discovered, succinctly expressed, and effectively applied by the quoted Mr. Amschel Rothschild. Mr. Rothschild discovered the missing passive component of economic theory known as economic inductance. He, of course, did not think of his discovery in these 20th century terms, and to be sure, mathematical analysis had to wait for the Second Industrial Revolution, the rise of the theory of mechanics and electronics, and finally the invention of the electronic computer, before it could be effectively applied to control the world economy. So he named the Second Industrial Revolution, and then he named the rise of the mechanics and electronics, right? And then the third, the electronic computer, and now the fourth Industrial Revolution, we are upon that Klaus Schwab has written a book about. See if I'm going to keep on going before I go to, because we got a lot to go through. Let's keep on going. In the study of energy systems, there's always appear 3 elementary concepts. These are potential energy, kinetic energy, and energy dispensation. And corresponding to these concepts, there are 3 idealized, essentially pure physical counterparts called passive components. In the science of physical mechanics, the phenomenon of potential energy is associated with a physical property called elasticity or stiffness, and can be represented by a stretched spring. In electronic science, potential energy is stored in a capacitor instead of a spring. This property is called capacitance instead of elasticity or stiffness. The science of physical mechanics, the phenomenon of kinetic energy is associated with a physical property called inertia or mass, and can be represented by a mass or a flywheel in motion. In electronic science, kinetic energy is stored in an inductor in a magnetic field instead of a mass. This property is called inductance instead of inertia. That's one thing I noticed, that you can have the same concept in different fields and they would just change the name and the terms, but it would mean the same thing, which is kind of confusing, which goes back to what we read before about purposely giving a certain class of people a lesser education, a weaker education than another group. This is done on purpose. And if only that was the only weapon used against these people. We haven't even spoken about, that's just one weapon, right? The education. But I did say that it all starts with education. Because if I inaccurately educate you on your religion, if I inaccurately educate you on finances and understanding money, if I inaccurately teach you about your health, about how to be civil, we're being attacked on so many different levels and we don't even know it. Now, I give the example all the time of censorship, right? You think they want this type of information out there? Look at my numbers today and look at my numbers usually. If I'm talking negative, or if I'm inciting some type of confusion, if I'm willing to commit and sign up to be an agent of distraction, then I will be rewarded with what? Some type of reward. This is a fucking lab experiment. The reward is a like and a share. That's the reward. But if you don't stay on code, then then people get addicted to the like and the share, and they will do anything to get it. You understand me? In the science of physical mechanics, the phenomenon of energy dissipated is associated with a physical property called friction or resistance, and can be represented by a dashpot or device which converts system energy into heat. In electronic science, dissipation of energy is performed by an element called either a resistor or a conductor. The term resistor being the one generally used to express the concept of friction, and the term conductor being generally used to describe a more ideal device employed to convey electronic energy efficiently from one location to the other. The property of a resistance or conductor is measured in either resistance or conductance reciprocals. In economics, these three energy concepts are associated with economic capacitance, which is capital, money, stock, inventory, investments in buildings and durables. Also, number 2, economic conductance, goods, production of flow, coefficients. Economic inductance, services, the influence of the population of industry on output. All of the mathematical theory developed in the study of one energy system can be immediately applied in the study of any other energy system. For example, economics. Mr. Rothschild's energy discovery, what Mr. Rothschild had discovered was the basic principle of power, influence, and the control over people as applied to economics. That principle is when you assume the appearance of power, people soon give it to you. Mr. Rothschild had discovered that currency or deposit loan accounts had the required appearance of power that could be used to induce people into surrendering their real wealth in exchange for a promise of a greater wealth. They would put up real collateral in exchange for a loan of promissory notes. Mr. Rothschild found that he could issue more notes than he had backing for, so long as he had someone's stock of gold as a persuader to show his customers. Mr. Rothschild loaned his promissory notes to individuals and to governments. These would create overconfidence. Then he would make money scarce, tighten control of the system, and collect the collateral through the obligations of contracts. The cycle was then repeated. These pressures could be used to ignite a war. Then he would control the availability of currency to determine who would win the war. That government, which agreed to give him control of its economic system, got his support. Hello, guess what? We are no longer using the SWIFT international system. The SWIFT international system is the system that was agreed upon by the nations to do trade, where the dollar, the US dollar, would be dominant. So all of the countries that was involved in trade would say, yeah, I'll trade and convert my fiat currency into the US dollar before we do trade. And everyone say, yeah, well, I'll do the same thing. I'll do the same thing. That system is on its way out. The new system has been tested, and the new system of trade does not require or even place the US dollar as the dominant fiat currency in charge. Let us take a break right there. You can't hit the like button. You cannot hit the like button. I don't really care what you do. I'm not really doing this show for likes. I'm doing this show so that we have this education out there. If you want to donate to the show, I do notice a lot of times that I give out a lot of knowledge. No one hits the super chat. I get a paycheck for my job, but that's when I'm driving trucks. I come over here. I do give. It's not always reciprocated, but that is the cost of doing what I do sometimes, right? No one asks me to do this. I just do it. However, the understanding I'm giving you, I think, is more valuable than what your pastor and your priest, what they're giving you is hope. I'm not giving you hope. I'm giving you understanding of what's happening. Your pastor cannot give you that. He's going to tell you, don't question God. You give him 10% of your check. How is it I can sit up here for hours actually giving you something more valuable than what your pastor gave you, understanding, and then I gotta beg you for a fucking like? I don't want the fucking like. When I ask you to hit the like button, it's not for me so that I can feel like I'm somebody. I know I'm somebody, goddammit. It is for to trick the system, to let the system know, oh, people are over there fucking with the show. Let us invite more people to hear him. I don't want them to hear me so they can elevate me as a human being. I want them to hear me so that my words can liberate the mental slavery and constructs that is on their mentality as a weapon. So you gotta ask yourself which one is more valuable. You understand? Hit the fucking super chat is what I'm saying. All those words to say, stop being stingy with your coins, nigga. Fucking sitting over here watching the show and you not dropping no ducats. Hit the fucking super chat. Fuck us $2. Let's get back to it. Put in that work today. We're putting in that work today. We got a lot of work to put into. I got a few more hours up here. Got a few more hours up here. All right, here we go. Collection of debts was guaranteed by economic aid to the enemy of the debtor. The profit derived from this economic methodology made Mr. Rothschild all the more able to extend his wealth. He found that the public greed would allow currency. Public greed is serious. He found that the public greed would allow currency to be printed by government ordered beyond the limits. Is not everything that he is saying right now true? William Cooper emphasis inflation of backing in precious metal or the production of goods and services gross national product GNP. Apparent capital as paper inductor. In this structure, credit, presented as a pure element called currency, has the appearance of capital, but is in fact negative capital. Hence, it has the appearance of service, but is in fact indebtedness or debt. It is therefore an economic inductance instead of an economic capacitance, and if balanced in no other way, will be balanced by the negation of population, war, and genocide. Let's just stop right there. What happened in 2019? In 2019, for whatever reason, because if we get lost in the stupid ass talk of no, it was China, no, it was the US, yo, shut your fucking mouth. Somebody released a biological weapon on the world. I don't want to hear no stupid shit about bats and this, that, and the third. Millions of people died. Then you didn't even stop. Because you are so cold-blooded, you tried to mandate that these people take your fucking poisonous concoction and tried to sell it like snake oil. No, it's going to make you better. It's going to make you better. All while the data is showing it does not make you better. It actually kills you. Do you know some people are in the fucking grave right now because they looked at me and called me the fool and say, "You dangerous. You're dangerous. Look, authorities, he's over here talking against what you're saying. He's..." Silence. I'm sorry, sir, you were saying something? Sir? Sir, are you dead? Jesus. He's dead in the middle of a sentence. In the middle of a fucking sentence. Hold up. Hold up. I don't think we have a better...
This anti-vax film has...
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. This your girl right here, Heather McDonald.
Don't care, but I want you to know, double vaxxed.
Yeah. Hold on, Heather.
I don't mean to brag. I don't care, but I want you to know, double vaxxed, booster, flu shot.
Yeah.
And I'm going to be honest.
Uh-huh.
I have the shingle shot too.
Talk that talk, baby girl.
And I still get my period. What? Yes. Traveled, went to Mexico twice, did shows, meet and greets. never got COVID. Clearly, Jesus loves me the most. Seriously. So nice. So nice.
Just like that. Right? Sir, are you still there? You were saying? Sir? Yeah. Then they realized, oh, it's not a game. Why? Because you signed up to be a fucking sheep. You don't like my language, right? You don't like my... Yeah. I had some people say, yeah, but it's just the way you say things, so because I'm what I'm saying doesn't matter. I'm saying the truth, but because it offends you would prefer a pretty lie. I don't need you around me, period. In fact, you deserve whatever's coming. Yeah. Oh, I raised my voice. I'm using profanity. If you would have said it like this, fuck you. How's that? Did I say that right? Fuck out of here. Now, if you would have said it like this, then I wouldn't watch your show. I don't need you to watch my show, stupid. I got other shit to do, I assure you. Think I want to sit here for 5 hours giving you the truth? I just feel like it's part of my calling. This doesn't define me. Me sitting up here doing this. You don't know what the fuck else I got going on. You know why? Because I don't tell you shit. Think I'm telling you every little thing that's going on in my life? Why would I do that when you would just clearly use it to tear me down? Fucking jealous motherfuckers. Take what I give you, which is a knowledge. Which is not. That's the only thing I'm going to give you. And you can take it or leave it. But I don't want to hear you whining, you complaining later on about why the world is doing this and that and the other third when I tried to tell you. This is not even new information what they're doing. The Mesopotamian history tells us that thousands of years before them, they were using these same concepts on the people, that they were overworking. People called it a Gigi. They were overworking those people. And those people started complaining. And what did they do? They just started to fucking kill these people through biologic weapons and disease. Here we are, hundreds of thousands of years later, and the same fucking concept is being used on our people. Now, as a child of light, I come and I give it to you through my time here on earth. I'm not here for a long time, goddamn it. I'm here for a good time. And I'm back giving you the knowledge. And you said because I don't say it in the tone that you want me to say it. This is why you sent me down here to deal with this type of stupid shit. Let's get this over with. Fucking good. Let's get this over with. Fucking imbeciles down here. The total goods and services represent real capital called the gross national product. And the currency may be printed up to this level and still represent economic capacitance. But currency printed beyond this level is subtractive, represents the introduction of economic inductance and constitute notes of indebtedness. War is therefore the balancing of the system by killing the true creditors, the public, which we have taught to exchange true value for inflated currency, and falling back on whatever is left of the resources of nature and regeneration of those resources. Mr. Rothschild had discovered the currency gave him the power to rearrange the economic structure to his own advantage, to shift economic inductance to those economic positions which would encourage the greatest economic instability and oscillation. If you do not follow science and you don't follow math, you're not going to understand. Why do you think no one really started to create their own form of energy yet? Do you think it was impossible? Tesla did it. I don't think that it's impossible. I think they try to keep us so distracted. They don't reward. They don't motivate or inspire the youth to go into science and math like they appear to do. It appears like, oh no, we support math and science. You support it, but you're not driving it. You're not driving the focus on that. It would reflect if you did. We would have the mobility and the solidarity of an India who have become so intelligent in one area alone that the rest of the world is like, yo, we need your people over here to work for us because our people are too fucking stupid. Because we made them stupid. They weren't born stupid. We just made them stupid. And now they don't know how to do the job. This motherfucker really said we need 600,000 Chinese students. What did you just say? America needs 600 what? Say it again. 600 Chinese students? Okay. That's when I know this ain't about race. So all the black people saying, yo, but he don't like black people. Nigga, fuck you. You ever see that meme where he's like, yo, I don't know how this nigga make his money. And the kid in the middle was like, who, me? And the kid says, no. But he goes back to the story. He's like, yo, I say it all the time. I don't know how this motherfucker make his money. And then the kid asked him again. He's like, who, me? He got frustrated. He said, nigga, fuck you. You are not part of the story like that. Black people have become so fixated on this race shit. Everything is black. Yo, we was the first. Nigga, you losing sight of what's going on. Fuck what you talking about. Yo, he don't like black people though. I need to know if this nigga know how to run a country, bro. Right? First term, he was showing signs he had the potential. Second term, I knew when he took the money from these motherfuckers. I said, it's a wrap. You can't take that much money from these people and they not going to want something back. And now that's what we seeing. Black people, stop sitting around worried about who don't like you and take control of what you can take control of. What you can take control of is who you stick your dick in. What you can take control of who you open your legs up to. What you can take control of is the byproduct of creation, of having sex. You can take care of your kids and educate your kids. Instill some fucking civility in your children. Take control of your home, is what I'm saying. Because you clearly got out here and did the dance. Right? Now you complaining. She out here complaining. I got 9 kids. Who the fuck told you to have 9 kids with somebody that was not even the potential to have for y'all to be together like that? 9 kids you had? And you didn't know if you was gonna, he didn't offer you, the man did not say, I want to dedicate my life to you and you alone? You thought you was gonna trick him into being committed to you? Are you stupid or you dumb? It doesn't matter. It's a rhetorical question because now we got other little ones here that we got to worry about. And if you don't take care of them, then the government is sitting there waiting like, yo, we got this. We got this. Because if you can't be used, then you're useless. And they do amount to a certain value within that ecosystem of youth programs. Huh? Youth detention centers, group homes. Oh, they are worth something. And it will be subsidized with the American taxpayer money to keep this whole charade. That's just one of the things that's going to keep this whole charade fucking going. But the house of cards are going to fall because what I'm telling you is now that the central bankers have shifted their resources and their concentration and their support for another fiat currency. And just like the rest of the fallen empires, we will just be written in history. And people will be asking, yo, how the fuck did America fall though? Take control of what you can take control of. Start making science and math a priority in your household. You made a mistake, fine. Tell your daughters, teach your daughters differently. Teach your sons differently. It's over for you. It's a wrap for you. It's over. The breakthrough. The aviation field provided the greatest evolution in economic engineering by the way of mathematical theory of shock testing. In this process, a projectile is fired from an airframe on the ground, and the impulse of the recoil is monitored by vibration transducers connected to the airframe and wired to chart recorders. By studying the echoes or reflections of the recoil impulse in the airframe, it is possible to discover critical vibrations in the structure of the airframe, which either vibrations of the engine or the alien, if I'm saying that right, I don't know how to say this word. Alien. Not alien, but let's see. Aeolian. I don't know how to say that. Vibrations of the wings or a combination of the two might reinforce, resulting in a resistant self-destruction of the airframe and flight as an aircraft. From the standpoint of engineering, this means that the strengths and weaknesses of the structure of the airframe in terms of vibrational energy can be discovered and manipulated. Wow. That's all I needed to understand. That part right there. Keyword strengths. Keywords weaknesses. Keywords structure. Keywords vibrational energy. Keyword manipulated. Application in economics. To use this method of airframe shock testing in economic engineering, the prices of commodities are shocked and the public consumer reaction is monitored. Remember that time they had all of y'all fighting over fucking toilet tissue? I went into the supermarket around that time. Of course I had it on me and my wife. I'm licensed to carry where I live. Just in case any of y'all ever get to my state and y'all like, oh, that's Saladin, let me try to go live with him and do some stupid shit to go viral. I'm gonna pop your head off. Bah! And I'm gonna walk away and go to work the next day, nigga. I'm licensed to carry like that. I'm not fronting. Yeah, it's different out here. So, we go to the supermarket. I got it on me. It's fucking mayhem everywhere. But it's only mayhem in the one aisle. I actually hear people getting into fucking arguments in the next aisle over. What is in that aisle? It was toilet tissue, bro. You know the aisle I was on? I was in the aisle with the beans. And the rice. I had wild bags of rice. And my wife was like, yo, why are we getting so much rice? Yo, just do what I say and stop your fucking talking. These people trying to figure out how to wipe their ass. I'm figuring out how to feed you guys. These assholes is over here arguing about nothing. But what caused them to do that? You think that happened by happenstance or just for no reason? No. They had put in the news that there was a shortage on toilet paper. So people didn't go to the supermarket to buy food. How am I gonna wipe my ass? Oh my gosh! They doing shock testing on you motherfuckers, bro. Hit the like button. Oh God, oh God, oh God. The resulting echoes of the economic shock are interpreted theoretically by computers, and the psychoeconomic structure of the economy is thus discovered. It is by this process that partial differential and difference matrices are discovered that define the family household and make possible its evaluation as an economic industry. Dissipative consumer structure. Then the response of the household to future shocks can be predicted and manipulated, and society becomes a well-regulated animal with its reins under the control of a sophisticated computer-regulated social energy bookkeeping system. Eventually, every individual element of the structure comes under computer control through a knowledge of personal preferences. Such knowledge guaranteed by Computer Association of Consumer Preferences Universal Product Code UPC, zebra stripe prices codes on the packages, with identified consumers. You understand? There's a reason that they created that UPC code. They want the data. Data is valuable right now. And this is what I was saying to when I spoke to the dirty section top names last night. Hassan Campbell, Zip with the Drip, 10 Toes Down, China Brim, Harlem Legend. To be smart, you're not so smart. Each and every one of you obviously displays a level of intelligence. Each and every one of you. But your ego, just like Hassan said, stops you from becoming greater. Because if you were that great, you would have figured out y'all almost do 1 billion fucking views a month probably. Together. Not individually, but together. If I put y'all all together, I can get to 1 billion. And if I can't get to 1 billion, I'm going to go off and go get some more until we get to 1 billion, right? Then you hire a fucking entertainment lawyer and you tell him your plan. Now, if all of y'all can't come together at that point and say, yo, let's chip in for an entertainment lawyer, well, what's the plan? What are we going to do that for? Because he's going to find the representatives that need to talk to these companies and tell them, yo, these motherfuckers got 1 billion viewers every month and they're willing to work together. What kind of package deal can you work on? You sitting there fighting with fucking washed up rappers. Are you shitting me? Whole time talking about no. Don't fuck with Saladin. He got low YouTube numbers. Dickheads. I'm the source, dickheads. Which one of you meatballs fucking came up with that idea? Huh? Me, nigga! None of you fucking meatballs came up with that shit. Then you want to blackball the nigga that come up with the ideas. Yeah, alright. Like I said, to be so smart, you don't seem to be so smart. You are the answer. There's no need to go to God. Oh, God, make a way. He made a way. He woke you up, didn't he? Didn't your God wake you up, stupid ass? What more you want? Get busy. No, but before I go get busy, let me go see if this Jew man needs somebody to fondle his balls. Why would you do that? He's not going to respect you coming in there trying to fondle his balls. He's going to respect you by doing business. Yo, this is what we got in exchange for this. What do you have? Oh, I got the money, man. I think you knew that. That's why you came here. What do you have? We got 1 billion people watching us every month. What do you want to tell these people? What I would like to tell these people that they could buy Tide detergent. They could buy Firestone tires. Huh? They could buy Sabret meat. Yo, fuck all that. You can tell them what you want to tell them. How much we talking about? A month. Shit. We could definitely get you guys as a package deal. How much you talking? $250,000? We'll let you know. $250,000? Get that in writing. We'll let you know. You get it in writing, and you take that shit down the block to another Jew. Huh? You want to cut me out the deal? You stupid. You take this shit down the block to Rothstein. Jamel. Isaac. How's everything? Good? Listen, I got something I want you to check out. Isaac doesn't want Abraham to fucking do the deal before him. So now he pushes the shit up to 400,000. I don't know, Abraham. This seemed kind of low, bro. I don't know, Isaac. This seemed kind of low. I came to you because I thought you were going to give me a good deal. Well, we know what we deserve. This is borderline disrespect. Me and you both know $500,000 for this is easy. There should be no reason where we not getting half of. Jamel, you know I give you whatever you want. $500,000. Thank you. Let me go back and talk to him. We straighten this whole shit out. That's what you niggas should be doing. Instead of arguing with fucking washed up rappers about this, that, and the third. Worry about my numbers. I was never sent here to be a fucking YouTuber, bro. Never mind all that though. Don't hit the like button. Hit the like. I don't give a fuck. Let's keep on going. With identified consumers, identified via association with the use of a credit card, later permanent tattooed body number, invisible under normal ambient illumination. Ooh. He was predicting the mark of the beast. I don't know if we're gonna get to that mark of the beast, but let's just keep on reading. Let's keep on going. The economic model What number we at? 2 hours and 41 minutes. All right. The economic model. The Harvard Economic Research Project, 1948, was an extension of World War II operations research. Its purpose was to discover the science of controlling an economy. At first, the American economy and then the world economy. It was felt that with sufficient mathematical foundation and data, it would be nearly as easy to predict and control the trend of an economy as it is to predict and control the trajectory of a projectile. Such has proven to be the case. Moreover, the economy has been transformed into a guided missile on target. The immediate aim of the Harvard Project was to discover the economic structure, what forces change the structure, how the behavior of the structure can be predicted, and how it can be manipulated. What was needed was a well-organized knowledge of the mathematical structures and interrelationships of investment, production, distribution, and consumption. To make a short story of it all, it was discovered that an economy obeyed the same laws as electricity, and that all the mathematical theory and practical and computer know-how developed for the electronic field could be directly applied in the study of economics. Stop right there. You know why I talk about so many different things? The audacity of a motherfucker telling me, Jamel Saladin, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're doing over there on YouTube. He's talking about this. He's talking about that. Nigga, I'm giving you the game. You are uneducated. You are uneducated. I'm giving you the key to release yourself. How do you do that to someone that is not really interested in mathematics because the way their brain has been trained? You have no idea the capabilities that exist to control your consciousness. I'm talking about down to being able to manipulate your brain frequencies to identify the frequency first, then to manipulate and train, whatever word you want to use, those frequencies. In order for me to do my job on why I was sent to this planet, I have to come up with creative ways to get you to pay attention, which is usually like a mother feeding their baby fucking food with an airplane spoon. No, look, here we go. I gotta play this dumbass game with you just to get you to take the science and the mathematics seriously, so you have an understanding of the weapon that is being used against you. And you're worried about if I have high YouTube numbers. If I had high YouTube numbers, nigga, I'd be dead. You think they're gonna let me sit over here and teach a fucking million people a day? Liberate a million people a day? You don't think they would just send somebody to fucking take me out? Just be grateful you ran across my channel. It was discovered that an economy obeyed the same laws as electricity, and that all the mathematical theory and practical and computer know-how developed for the electronic field could be directly applied to the studies of economics. This discovery was not openly declared. Why would it be? It was more subtle implications were and are kept. Its more subtle implications were and are kept a closely guarded secret. For example, that in an economic model, human life is measured in dollars, and that the electric spark generated when opening a switch connected to an active conductor is mathematically analogous to the initiation of a war. The greatest hurdle which theoretical economists faced was the accurate description of the household as an industry. This is a challenge because the consumer purchases are a matter of choice, which in turn is influenced by income, price, and other economic factors. This hurdle was cleared in an indirect and statistically approximate way by an application of shock testing to determine the current characteristics called current technical coefficients and household industry. Why is your money called currency? Why is your money called currency? Finally, because problems in theoretical economics can be translated very easily into problems in theoretical electronics, and the solution translated back again, it follows that only a book of language translation and concept definition needed to be written for economics. The remainder could be gotten by standard works on mathematics and electronics. This makes the publication of books on advanced economics unnecessary and greatly simplifies project security. Okay. Now I'm going to shift. Now that we handled some of the mathematical, of the financial education for today, and we're not done by far. We're not done by far. By far, we're not done. I want to shift though, because knowledge is power. My people perish for lack of knowledge. The only thing worse than a lie is a lie mixed with the truth. That's worse than a lie, because a lie is black and a truth is white. But when you mix it up and you have something gray, you cannot distinguish what the fuck. You can't even take out, like, where do I start to distinguish what is true and which one is false? And so you have to kind of accept the whole thing as is, which is your religion. But the people who control religion, you find out, oh, they also control the economy. Well, this got interesting. So if you don't have the truth about your dogmatic religion, and you never like to hear anything because it feels like I shouldn't be listening to this, it feels like I'm doing something bad, something nasty, I don't think my shepherd would approve of me hearing this. Very well, young sheep. Be gone with you. Be gone with you, young sheep.
So anyway, many subjects have interested me in my life, but one of the high points of being able to travel and speak to audiences, one of the few things that I have gotten out of my life's experience is to meet interesting people. And I'd like to pay tribute to 3 people who have influenced my life greatly. Probably the most impressive man I have ever personally known, and has impacted my life was Mr. Manly Palmer Hall. Manly P. Hall, if you do not know, is one of the most brilliant spiritual men that I have ever even read about. And so I want to pay tribute to Mr. Hall, who is no longer with us. A very wonderful man. Two other people who have influenced me are here with us at this conference, and they have in fact impressed me a great deal with their work, and that is Dr. Louis Turi and William Henry. I believe William Henry's work is extraordinary, and there's a lot more to Dr. Louis Turi than meets the eye. He's a brilliant man. Unfortunately, so many times that people in this country, especially in Western civilization, they use the term that America is a land of law. This is a country that's based on law. In point of fact, there's nothing could be further from the truth. The entire world is not based on law. The entire world is based on power, period. Money, political power, and political power is corrupted, and when you concentrate political power, it becomes very corrupt. What we have today in this country is something called consensus reality. Consensus reality is a word you need to think about. We don't have laws in America, we have consensus reality, meaning that the reality that we live by each day we believe to be the law. In point of fact, it is not the law. Too many people have accepted things that they've been told. They haven't done their homework. They don't read. Americans are one of the most illiterate people in the world. They don't read. The problem with America is that 99% of everything that we know isn't true. And there's a whole world of occult or hidden knowledge that has been hidden from the eyes of the people of the world and has become the property of a handful of people who feel that this kind of legitimate occult knowledge is on a need-to-know basis, and they don't figure you need to know. So consequently, and I understand that thinking, but I would suggest that you think about the principle that if you, say, have a two-story building and you're going to put a lot of weight on the second floor, you're going to bring in big computers or printing presses or whatever, the smart thing to do, if you're wise, before you bring in any heavy weight, you might want to go downstairs, get a tall ladder, and hire someone who knows what they're doing and go up through the ceiling tiles and look at the foundation of the floor you're going to put this weight on to see if it's going to carry it. So what you have done, because of your intelligence, you're standing under the foundation you're going to build on. This is the concept of standing under to get understanding. If you don't understand the basis of the things you believe, you're going to be taught all kinds of things. You need to do your homework. You need to go back to the beginning of all things.
The Old Testament. In 721 BC, it appears that Israel was overrun by the Assyrians, and the Israelites, or Canaanites, were taken into captivity. However, the tribes known by official history as Judah and Benjamin survived for more than 100 years after that, before they were conquered and captured by our friends the Babylonians in around 586 BC. It was in Babylon that the ancient capital city of the reptile Aryan priesthood and hierarchy, that the Hebrew priests, the Levites, began to create a manufactured history which obscured the truth of what really happened. I mean, ask yourself, is a brotherhood who arranged for the destruction of an ancient knowledge in libraries all over the world going to write down the true history in their texts? Or are they going to produce the version they want the people to believe? During and after their stay in Babylon, with its wealth of inherited knowledge and stories from Sumer, the Levites mixed truth, often symbolic, with fantasies. This concoction became the foundation of the Old Testament. The so-called Israelites did not write these texts or agree with what they said. Even if you accept that they even existed. Hello. The Israelites had long dispersed by the time the Levites inked their pens. Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, and Numbers, which together make up the Jewish Torah, were all written by the Levites or under the supervision during or after their period in Babylon. This bunch of human sacrificing, blood-drinking fanatics and black magicians who you would not trust to tell the time, compiled the law which Jewish people to this day are supposed to follow. Likewise, many Christian fanatics quote this stuff as the Word of God. It is not the Word of God. It is the word of the Levites under the direction of the reptile full-bloods and crossbreeds of the Babylonian Brotherhood. The Sumerian tablets prove beyond the question that Genesis was a much edited and condemned version of Sumer records. Obviously. The Sumerian story of Eden became the Levite biblical Garden of Eden. Remember the story of Moses, which found in the bulrushes by the Egyptian princes? The same tale was told by the Sumerian Babylonians about King Sargon the Elder. The story of Moses is make-believe, as in the Egyptian captivity, the Exodus, at least in the form described, and also the creation of the 12 tribes via Jacob. These texts by the Levites, the heads of which were reptilian mystery school initiates in Babylon, their stories are symbolic and coded for initiates to understand and the masses to take literally. According to the Levites, Moses was given his laws and commandments by God on top of a mountain. Again and again, we see the symbol of mountains. One reason for this is that the top of a mountain is closer to the symbol of God. The sun. Mount Sion means sun mountain. Mount Sion means sun mountain. The sun rising over the eastern mountains is still a major brotherhood symbol today. The Egyptians symbolized the sun rising in the east as Horus, their sun god. Hence, we have the term Horai, sun. Horai, sun. Horai, sun. When the sun was going down into the dark place at dusk, it was symbolized as Set, the Egyptian symbol for the dark force. Hence, sun set. The story of the Israelites and Jews is largely a fantasy, the veil behind which the truth has been hidden. No one has been had more comprehensively over these thousands of years than the people who have considered themselves Jewish. They have been terrorized, used, and manipulated in the most merciless and grotesque fashion by their hierarchy to advance an agenda which the Jewish people in general have not even begun to identify. What the author is saying is that even people who consider them Jewish are a victim to this horrible ruse. They themselves don't know that they are part of this. There is no greater example of this manipulation than the way the reptilian bloodlines like the Jewish Rothschilds funded and supported the Nazis and allowed the rank and file Jewish people to reap the unspeakable consequences. The Levite story of Exodus is a smokescreen to hide the fact that the Hebrew knowledge was stolen from the Egyptian mystery schools after they were infiltrated by Babylonian Brotherhood. The Egyptians considered the Jehovah revelation to be a robbery committed against the sacred sciences. My good friend there, Jordan Maxwell, just mentioned Manly P. Hall. This is not Jordan Maxwell I'm reading. However, it is someone who has an understanding. Manly P. Hall, the Freemasonic historian and initiate, said that black magic dictated the state religion in Egypt, and that the intellectual and spiritual activities of the people were paralyzed by complete obedience to the dogma formulated by the priestcraft. What a perfect description of obedience to the dogma formulated by the priestcraft. What a perfect description of the Levite Babylonian mode of manipulation and of all the religions, like Christianity, which were to emerge from the lies they peddled. And that's a crucial point to remember. Judaism, Christianity, and Islam all base their beliefs on these same stories written by the Levites after their stay in Babylon. We're looking at a point in history which was to define and control the world from then until now. The knowledge the Levites stole from Egypt and expanded as a result of their stay in Babylon became known as the Kabbalah, which comes from the Hebrew root QBL, meaning mouth to ear. Capital Q, capital B, capital L, no spaces in between. The Hebrew root QBL, meaning mouth to ear. This is the method used to communicate the most secret information to initiates. The Kabbalah is the esoteric stream of what is called Judaism, which in fact is a front for the Babylonian Brotherhood, as is the Vatican. The Kabbalah is the secret knowledge hidden in codes within the Old Testament and other texts. Judaism is the literal interpretation of it. This is a technique you can see in all religions. An example of the Levite coding is the names of the 5 scribes: Garia, Debria, Teslemiah, Echnu, and Azrael, in the second book of Ezra. The names of their true meanings are 1. Garia, marks with ancient scribes used to indicate that the text is either defective or has another meaning. 2. Debria, words comprising a phrase or text. 3. Teslamia, something figured or indicated in a obscure manner. 4. A channel, something which has been changed or doubled. Azrael, the name of Ezra, the suffix El, meaning the work of Ezra. These 5 names for scribes therefore read as one phrase to an initiate. Marks of warning of the words figured in an obscure manner which have been changed or doubled, which is the work of Ezra. There is a book called the Bible Code, which claims to have identified a code in Hebrew version of the Old Testament which predicts the future. As one of these codes predicted that Lee Harvey Oswald would kill President Kennedy, you'll excuse me if I remain extremely unconvinced about its credibility. Is there anyone left who still believes that Oswald killed Kennedy? I do not believe that. In fact, William Cooper actually showed me that the second shot came from the limo driver. That's neither here nor there. But while I question claims to the Bible code, there is a code in the Bible, an esoteric code for initiates. They either made up characters to fit their symbolism or vaguely based them on living people who they usually massively misrepresented. Like Jesus. Anyway, let's continue. Here are some examples of codes in the Bible. A common theme in all mystery school traditions is of 12 disciples, knights or followers surrounding a deity. The number 12 is a code, among other things, for the 12 months of the year and the houses of the zodiac through which symbolically travel the sun, the god symbolized as 13. This is the sacred 12 and 1. We see this 12 and 1 a lot. Jesus had 12. We'll get there. Some people describe it, and it is one major reason why the number 12 and 13 keep reoccurring. Thus you have the 12 tribes of Israel, 12 princes of Ishmael, 12 disciples or followers of Jesus, Buddha, Osiris, and Quetzalcoatl. There is also King Arthur and his 12 Knights of the Round Table, the Zodiac Circle, Himmler and his 12 Knights in the Nazi SS, and the woman, Isis Samaris, with a crown of 12 stars in the Book of Revelation. In Scandinavia and that whole northern region, you find the Odin mysteries, again inspired by the same Aryan race from the Near East. In this tradition, you find 12 Drators presiding over the mysteries of Odin. The sacred 12 and 1. These stories are not literally true. They are mystery school symbolism. This continues today with the same symbols used by the Brotherhood Secret Society Network in national flags, coat of arms, advertising, and company logos. That Brotherhood creation, the European Union, has a circle of 12 stars as its symbol. We are talking sacred numbers in geometry here. The proportions of Egyptian statues, whether big or small, were multiples or submultiples of 12 or 6. The numbers 7 and 40
are also code numbers in the Bible and the mysteries. So in the Bible, we have 7 spirits of God.
Now, I don't know where the author is going to go with this, but when I get to talking about galactic history, which I'm not really going to go into today, but if you watch my show, you are aware that we have to talk about galactic history at some point, but all in due time, right? First, we have to get you to understand that you've been tricked down here on this planet and you have not been given the information. Once I get to that, then you can handle galactic history. But I will tell you this, there are 7 different variations of these reptilians. I will tell you that.
So I don't know where he's about to go with the 7,
and we'll both find out together. But I'm telling you, there's 7 different variations of the reptilians.
Now, let's find out where he goes with this. So in the Bible, we have 7 spirits of God, the 7 churches of Asia, the 7 golden candlesticks, the 7 stars, 7 lamp of fire, 7 seals, 7 trumpets, 7 angels, 7 thunders, 7 and the red dragon in Revelation with 7 heads and 7 crowns.
The red dragon, in my opinion, with the 7 heads, is the entirety of the variations of these reptiles or reptilian species that came out of the Draco star system. It represents the entirety of the reptilians from the Draco star system. But that, we'll get to that when we get to galactic history.
In Revelations with 7 heads and 7 crowns. The stories of Jericho has Joshua marching his army around the city for 7 days, accompanied by 7 priests carrying 7 trumpets. On the 7th day, they circled Jericho 7 times and the walls came tumbling down. In the story of Noah, 7 pairs of each animal go into the ark and 7 pairs of each type of bird. There are 7 days between the prediction of the deluge and the rain, and 7 days between the sending of the doves. The ark comes to rest on the 17th day of the 7th month,
which is my birthday.
Noah leaves the ark on the 27th day, and after the flood he begins his 7th century. Many of the names of the symbolic deities, such as Abraxas of the Gnostics and the Serapis of Greece, have 7 letters. Then there is 40. Adam enters paradise when he is 40 years old. Eve follows 40 years later. During the great flood, it rains for 40 days and 40 nights. Seth is carried away by angels when he is 40 and is not seen for 40 days. Moses is 40 when he goes to Midian and he stays for 40 years. Joseph is 40 years old when Jacob arrives in Egypt. Jesus goes into the wilderness for 40 days. The Bible is the word of God? No. It is written in the esoteric code of the mystery schools.
This is a fact.
The Arabian literature was also compiled by and for initiates of the mysteries, and here you find the same codes. The Arbrant are stories which all relate to the number 40, and their calendar has 40 rainy and 40 windy days. Their laws constantly refer to 40. Another series of the Arabian books, the Sebedint, or the 7, are based on that number. These number codes have even deeper meaning than the more obvious ones of days, months, and zodiac. Numbers also represent the vibrational frequencies. Every frequency resonates to a certain number, call out, and sound. Some frequencies represented by numbers, colors, and sounds are particularly powerful.
Right now, you have a lot of people running around talking about light of different colors and blue light therapy. And yet, while some people are using this time to elevate, we still have people who participate in nonsensical conversations that neither elevate nor grow your consciousness or your well-being. You should feel ashamed partaking in conversations, wasting your time, that it doesn't elevate or liberate you from the shackles that are on your mind. Right? I get taking some time out to laugh at a cat video, something funny. We're not that militant that we cannot enjoy life. For my grandfather said, do not be so heavily minded that you are no earthly good. However, there must be balance and decency and order in all that we do. You must learn to prioritize.
Lost in the sauce, my boy. Some frequencies represented by numbers, colors, and sounds are particularly powerful. Symbols also represent frequencies, and they affect the subconscious without the person realizing it's happening. This is another reason why certain symbols are seen in secret societies, national flags, company logos, and advertising, and so on.
You know the most disrespectful symbol out there? Amazon. Amazon has a dick as a fucking symbol. Disrespectful. But it goes back to Egypt because it would be an obelisk. It's just given to you in your perception a different way. The old AOL was a pyramid with an eye in the middle. Shell Corporation is a sun rays, right? It's a yellow. Have you ever seen a yellow fucking shell? It's really a sun. Nissan, a sun. I can't tell you the amount of logos that either are stars, suns, some form of Egyptian symbol. The bird represents the phoenix. So when you see the eagle, it has nothing to do with the eagle being the most powerful bird in the sky.
There's no historical evidence for the existence of a man called Moses, except the text produced by the Levites and other writings and opinions stimulated by those texts. Some say this was a cover name for the Egyptian pharaoh Akhenaten, and I would certainly not dismiss that, but the official background to Moses is his name have no historical basis. Nothing was known about the Moses story or the plagues inflicted upon the Egyptians until the Levites of Babylon wrote Exodus centuries after it was supposed to have happened. All the animals of Egypt were killed 3 times according to the story. Why did they die in it? What did they do? Die immediately? Remanifest? There was no murder of the firstborn of Egypt, and so the feast of the Passover has no historical basis. It was created as a result of a story invented by the Levites. Their references to the lamb's blood on the door is a code for the ancient symbolism of the lamb. There is no official book in the Hebrew which makes any mention of the Pentateuch, the laws of Moses, before the Levites went to Babylon. As for the Israelites being captive in Egypt, even Deuteronomy describes them as strangers, not slaves in this period. So where did the name Moses come from? Every initiated person who obtained the highest rank in the Egyptian mystery school was called a Mus, Mos, or Moses. Every initiated person who attained the highest rank in the Egyptian mystery schools was called a Mus, Mos, or Moses. Manetho, the Egyptian historian of the 3rd century BC, quoted the Jewish historian Josephus, says that he was a priest at Heliopolis or On. On means place of the sun. Maybe where they say the Anu should be from? I don't know. However, Josephus says that he was a priest at Heliopolis or On, place of the sun, and that afterwards he took the name of Moshe or Moses. The word Moses means he who has been taken away, he who has been put out from the waters, who has been made a missionary, an ambassador, an apostle. The chief priest in the Egyptian temples was called Ove, E-O-V-E, Ove, or Ova. The chief priest in the Egyptian temples was called Ove, E-O-V-E, or Ova, E-O-V-A, Ova. Hence the emergence of the name Jehovah. And the Hebrew language is really the sacred language of the Egyptian mystery schools. The general language of Egypt was called CBT, QBT, or CBT, and is better known as Coptic Copt or Coptic. The sacred language of the mystery schools took its name from OBR or ABR, which in these times meant the passage from one place to another and a transition of some kind.
I think I asked you for 3 years because I wanted you to answer me. What is a Hebrew? What makes you Hebrew? You don't remember me asking you that? I've had so many people come to this channel and leave. What makes you a Hebrew? Right? The Bible says that Abraham's father is from Ur of the Chaldees, Mesopotamia, Iraq, Babylon. So you left Babylon, Chaldea, and you came to somewhere else, and that's supposed to make you Hebrew? Who are you, bro? Why are you not Chaldean? You can't. I can't just start hanging in Harlem because I hang there all the time, which I know a few people that did that. They start telling people they from Harlem. You from Mount Vernon. You just get accepted in Harlem. They fuck with you. That's cool, but you will remain a Mount Vernon Knight.
I don't know why things should be different for him. Let us find out. Exactly the point of the original mystery school teachings, a transition to greater enlightenment.
That's always the point. A transition from one stage. See, this whole Hebrew thing is a
Symbolic. You start in your base form, your animalistic urges, right? But then you escalate to and elevate to a person of enlightenment. We keep track of time. I do gotta pick up my daughter. You can hit the like button. You don't have to hit the like button. What's more important is your liberation. Celebrate your liberation. Because I might turn this into a series where we will liberate you from your dogmatic religion. You was lied to. And the hardest thing to understand, many people have left because they either didn't want to know the truth or they didn't know where to go after what I gave them, and they felt like, maybe I was right. Maybe my pastor's right. Few bills didn't get paid, right? They lose a job and they think God is punishing them. No. No one's punishing you. You're over there listening to that guy. Your world is falling apart. That is not why your world is falling apart. Let's keep going. ABR became Ambrase, the name of the holy doctrine reserved for initiates. ABR became Ambrase, A-M-B-R-E-S, Ambrase, the name of the holy doctrine reserved for enlightenment. the name of the holy doctrine reserved for initiates. My fault. And it was also written as Ambric, Hebraic, and Hebrew. The Hebrew alphabet has 22 letters, but the original, before the times of Moses, only contained 10, and its true meaning was known only to the priest. Hebrews were not Israelites or Jews. They were initiates of the Egyptian mystery schools, or at least their founders were. No wonder it has proved impossible to identify a genetic Hebrew or Jewish race. Cohen, the Jewish name for priest, comes from Kahen, the Egyptian pronunciation for a priest and prince. Even circumcision, that uniquely Jewish tradition, came from the Egyptian mystery schools and was performed at least as far back as 4000 BC. You could not be initiated unless you were circumcised. The Hebrew religion did not exist in Egypt, and there was no Hebrew law because there was no Hebrew race. The only worship was Egyptian worship. The Hebrew religion, language, and race only emerged when the initiates of the Egyptian mysteries, later to be known as the Levites, took the knowledge out of Egypt and invented a whole history to cover what they were doing, who they were working for, and where they came from. The terms Hebrew and Judaism are another way of saying Egyptian. This is one reason why we have the constant use of symbols by today's brotherhood which relate to Egypt, including the pyramid with the capstone missing. This is symbolic of the Great Pyramid of Giza and the Egyptian mystery schools, together with much deeper meaning. At the entrance of the mystery school temple in Egypt were two massive obelisks. They are often represented as two pillars by the Freemasons and buildings designed and funded by initiates. Hence the two pillars that Samson pushed over. Every initiate in the mystery schools was given a secret name, and this also continues with the brotherhood today. One connection to the Hebrews in Egypt could be the invasion of the Hyksos or the Shepherd Kings. The Egyptian historian Manetho reported that a strange or barbaric race invaded and took control of Egypt. When they were eventually driven out, he said they journeyed through Syria and built a city called Jerusalem. The Hyksos could well be a group of similar description called the Habiru, who came out of the former lands of Sumer, as did, according to the Old Testament, the one called Abraham.
No days off. Let's keep going.
King Solomon and his temple are more symbolism. There is no independent evidence for a person called King Solomon. Not once has his name appeared in any inscriptions. Before the Levites wrote their texts, the Greek historian Herodotus traveled and researched the lands and history of Egypt and the Near East. He heard nothing of the Empire of Solomon, the mass exodus of Israelites from Egypt, or the destruction of the pursuing Egyptian army in the Red Sea. Nor did Plato in his travels to the same area. Why? Because it is all an invention. The three syllables in Salman are all names for the sun in three languages. Manly P. Hall wrote that Solomon and his wives and concubines were symbolic of the planets, moons, asteroids, and other receptive bodies within his house, the solar mansion. Solomon's temple is symbolic of the domain of the sun. In Talmudic legend, Solomon is presented as a master magician who understood the Kabbalah and cast out demons. There is more symbolism of the secret knowledge held within the fabricated stories of the Hebrew history. The books of Kings and Chronicles, which recount the building of Solomon's temple, were written between 500 and 600 years after the events they are supposed to be describing. Hebrew chroniclers of the Temple of Solomon are so over the top, it's hilarious. It was supposed to occupy 153,600,000 workmen for 7 years, and its cost worked out by author Dinah Thompson would have been 6,900 million. 6,900 million pounds. And Thomas was writing in 1872. What would it be today? Such figures are ludicrous, and yet further examples of the make-believe behind the tales. They are symbolic, not literal. Another point, if Solomon didn't exist, why should we believe that his father King David did? I keep reading accounts of his life, and the only sources quoted are the Old Testament texts written by the Levites. There is no other evidence. It's a con. So is the idea of the King David, Jesus bloodline being taken to France by Mary Magdalene to become the Moravians, as suggested in many books over the years. As the scholar and researcher L.A. Waddle points out, I'm reading L.A. Waddle right now. I'm studying the Phoenicians. L.A. Waddle says, there is absolutely no inscriptional evidence whatsoever, nor any ancient Greek or Roman reference for the existence of Abraham or any of the Jewish patriarchs or prophets of the Old Testament, nor for Moses, Saul, David, Solomon, nor any of the Jewish kings of the three exceptions of the two, or most three or later kings. I'm going to read this last part. The consequences of all this for the people who have called themselves Jewish and for humanity in general have been quite appalling. The Mosaic law, the law of Moses, is the law of the Levites. The law of the reptilian full-bloods and crossbreeds of the Babylonian Brotherhood. What it is not is the law or word of God. The Torah and Talmud both compile overwhelmingly in and after their time in Babylon are mental bombardment of highly detailed laws governing every area of a person's life. There is no way that was given by God on the top of a mountain. The Levites wrote it and then invented Moses to hide the fact. Other laws have been constantly added or revised since to cover all eventualities. The pages of these Levite texts contain a constant and sickening theme of extreme racism against non-Judeans and the need to utterly destroy anyone who defies them, exactly the way Manly Hall described the methods of black magic priests. They encourage murder and mayhem of every conceivable kind. It's true. The Talmud must be the most racist document on earth. It's It's pretty racist. Here are just a few examples of the depths of its spiritual
Sickness. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against the spiritual wickedness,
the principalities and high governments. Here we go. Just the Jews are humans. The non-Jews are no humans but cattle. That's in Kerry Thuth 6b, page 78. The non-Jews have been created to serve the Jews as slaves. Jesus. Sexual intercourse with non-Jews is like sexual intercourse with animals. The non-Jews have to be avoided even more than sick pigs. The birth rate of non-Jews has to be suppressed massively. As you replace lost cows and donkeys, good God, so you shall replace non-Jews.
And do not take anything for granted. Mr. Palmer, Mr. Manly Hall once quipped that always trust a person looking for the truth. Don't ever trust the one who's found it. Because the universe is not only stranger than you imagine, it's stranger than you can imagine. And one lecturer one time made a statement that stuck with me. He says, if you can discuss with a large audience something about God so that everyone can understand what you're saying, then that would prove conclusively that you don't know anything. Because any God that your pea-brained, ignorant, ill-informed, unread intellect can understand cannot be that great power that has divinely ordained the universe. What you need to understand is we have no comprehension at all of the divine. The world is far, far bigger and deeper than you suspect. Our lineage as humans go back hundreds of thousands, and if Michael Kramer is right, perhaps even millions of years. We're discovering now civilizations that have existed for probably hundreds of thousands of years that we just were not privy to know about. I believe that these are the days in which the Bible calls the days of the meting out of justice. What goes around comes around. And it's a time in which the powers of the universe are going to enlighten mankind whether they're ready or not. And unfortunately, I don't think there are too many people in the world who are ready for the very near future that's coming. Again, I have always been interested in words, terms, symbols, emblems, because I think that's the way the Spirit communicates with us, is with symbols. The Romans, the ancient Romans had a saying in their law that said, quote, "Let them who wish to be deceived, be deceived." Quite simply, the Roman law was, if you're so stupid to want to be deceived, go ahead. If you had any brains at all, you do your homework and take many, many days and hours, the kind of thing that Sir Lawrence Gardner does. Spend a lot of time researching, studying, and then you're going to find out, yes, what we're faced with in this world is consensus reality. It has very little to do with the real truth. The real truth, you better wake up and find out, has been around you all of your life. You just didn't see it. A classic example, a humorous one to start with, a more serious later. I don't know if any of you have ever heard of this. It's been around for a while. Abraham Lincoln was elected to Congress in 1846. John Kennedy was elected to Congress 1946. Abe Lincoln was elected president in 1860. John Kennedy was elected president 1960. The names Lincoln and Kennedy both contain 7 letters. Both presidents were particularly concerned with civil rights. Both of the president's wives lost children while living in the White House. Both presidents were shot on a Friday in the head. President Lincoln's secretary was named Miss Kennedy. Kennedy's secretary was named Miss Lincoln. Both were assassinated by Southerners. Both were succeeded by Southerners. Andrew Johnson, who succeeded Lincoln, was born in 1808. Lyndon Johnson, who succeeded Kennedy, was born in 1908. John Wilkes Booth, who assassinated Lincoln, was born in 1839. Lee Harvey Oswald, who assassinated Kennedy, 1939. Both assassins were known by 3 names: John Wilkes Booth, Lee Harvey Oswald. Both names are comprised of 15 letters. President Lincoln was shot in a theater named Ford. Kennedy was shot in a car named Lincoln, made by Ford. John Wilkes Booth ran to a theater and was caught in a warehouse. Oswald ran from a warehouse and was caught in a theater. Booth and Oswald were both assassinated before they could go to trial. And a week before Lincoln was shot, he was in Monroe, Maryland. A week before Kennedy was shot, he was with Marilyn Monroe. I read you that to impress upon your minds that there is an occult world going on around you. The men in power in this world that we live in are there by divine appointment. So when you hear the term the divine right of kings, you better look at that, because there is such a thing as a divine lineage going on throughout the world that most people just hear and have no comprehension of the implications of our governmental systems over the earth.
That term he just mentioned about the divine right of kingship, that goes back, you would have to study the Sumerian tablets. It goes back that far to Mesopotamia, right? Which also, you know, if you think about it, it seems like there was an era where the Sumerian civilizations and the Mesopotamian civilizations were kind of like ostracizing. It's almost like they didn't want us to read any of that. They didn't want us to ever know any of that. And my theory is, all right, well, once we realized that it was pretty much plagiarized by the people who call themselves the Hebrews, we would figure this ruse out. So they wasn't going to encourage the exposure of that. Let's keep going.
I'm nowhere near being an authority on anything. I've never been the world's foremost authority on any subject. I feel that I am an ordinary man pursuing extraordinary knowledge. As ill-informed as I have been and am now, I'm smart enough to know that there is a God in the universe. There is a divine presence in the universe that men have called God. But I'm also very much aware that men's minds have misused and abused the Spirit. And the sacred will allow you to do whatever it is you're going to do, but there's a time that what goes around comes around. And I am warning my audience to keep in mind that there is a spiritual matrix, a dynamics that's at work in this world today, and there are events coming upon the inhabited earth that men are falling into heart attacks and traumas because they understand what is about to happen on the face of the earth. We are in some momentous times, and I believe the spirit of the God is operating in mankind today. What I'm saying is that we are in for some interesting times, because the powers that be on this earth are vying for power. And again, let's go back to the concept of words and terms and how they affect us. Let me give you an example. Corpus Juris Secundum is a encyclopedic set, huge, maybe 100 volumes or more, in our good law library. Corpus Juris Secundum is the complete restatement of the entire American law as reported in all cases. Anything that you would call American law is in Corpus Juris Secundum, period. Under attorney and client, Corpus Juris Secundum says, under the heading of attorney and client, an attorney has an obligation to the courts and to the government no less significant than his obligation to his clients. Thus, an attorney occupies a dual position that imposes dual obligations. His first duty is to the courts and to the government, and not to his client. And whatever duties his client may conflict with those he owes as an officer of the court, the former must yield to the latter. So if you hire an attorney and you don't like what's happening in the court, then you got nothing to say about it, period. A client is one who applies to an attorney or a lawyer or a counselor for advice in the direction of question of law. So if you hire an attorney, you will become known as a client. A client is also called, quote, a ward of the court, end quote, in regard to his relationship with his attorney. So if you hire an attorney, you're a client. And if you're a client, the law says you are a ward of the court. Why is this important? Because in Black's Law Dictionary, it says a ward of the court is an infant or person of unsound mind.
Remember when I told you what govern meant? Govern, to steer. Mince, coming from the root of men, talented. The mind. To steer the mind. Oh, they play in your face. I assure you they play dead in your face. They play in your face so much that it would seem inconceivable or unrealistic that they would even do such a thing. So you really think, you're like, nah, they wouldn't do that. And in fact, they would. I'm going to go back to that. Give me 1 second. I know everyone can't stay for the entirety of this video. If you could leave a like, subscribe to the channel to show that the algorithm that you are listening, so that in fact we can get others over here listening. It's not about me becoming a big time YouTuber. If I wanted to do that, I had several opportunities to do that. This is about the liberation of the people. For my people perish for lack of knowledge. But you don't know what you don't know. So who's going to take the time to dedicate to find out what we don't know and then come back and bring it to the people? Well, that would be us, the children of light. And we just ask that you support us the way that you can. Let's keep going.
Basically meaning if you hire an attorney, you're an idiot. Why? Because if you had any sense, you wouldn't be in court to start with. Why do we have a court? You play basketball and tennis on a court. How do you play tennis on a court? With a racket. Why? The whole thing's a racket. You think they use these terms by chance? You better go back and do your homework. There's something bigger going on here. I'll talk about courts in a minute. One of my favorite subjects is law. I know nothing about it, but I'm fascinated with it. In a law dictionary, you talk about being human. Well, I have human rights, the Human Rights Commission. You know what the word human means in a law dictionary? Hue is a word for color. So you're a colored person. Hue, man. You look up the word human in a law dictionary, and it says, sea monster. Law dictionary, not Jordan Maxwell. Sea monster. Okay, you look up the word monster. A monster is a human being by birth, but in some parts resembling a lower animal. A monster, having no inheritable blood and cannot be an heir to any land. So much for being a human being.
You gotta bring that back, baby.
Man in a law dictionary, and it says sea monster. Law dictionary, not Jordan Maxwell. Law dictionary.
They laughed. They thought it was a joke. It's not a joking matter. As my Jamaican brothers would say, my Caribbean people would say, it's not a joke team. They must an idiot boy. A fool that. It's not a joke thing, bro. It's not, I don't know what you laughing at. Yo, it's going down on this earth. Right in front of your face. But what I learned is, if you came out all hysterical, yo, it's reptilian, like, you become the joke all of a sudden. So you need another tactic. That's what I learned. I've been doing this so long that I realized, you can't just come out and be like, there's reptilians out here. No one is gonna believe you. You're gonna ostracize yourself. It's gonna look crazy. You have to have the power of discernment. You have to have the ability to see yourself as others do.
Hue is a word for color. So you're a colored person. Hue, man. You look up the word human in a law dictionary, and it says sea monster. Law dictionary, not Jordan Maxwell. Sea monster. Okay, you look up the word monster. A monster is a human being by birth, but in some parts resembling a lower animal. A monster, having no inheritable blood and cannot be an heir to any land.
Inheritable by blood. See, if you don't know the history of the reptilians, which goes back to the galactic history, you would not understand that they were on this planet first. So it's funny to me when people keep on talking about extraterrestrials and aliens. You yourself cannot, especially you black people, you cannot be defined as an alien, for you are the upgrade to the people that was already some of the humanoids that came here. You are an upgrade. This is why you was given hue. This is why you was given color. This is why you was given melanation. You was an upgrade. If you wasn't so fixated on trying to say you was the first one God created because you read a book that somebody else wrote, which turns out to have been a book of not truths but symbolism, then your scholars get out here, they perpetuate this knowledge and this energy. You want to identify in a group, so you go along with the rules. The problem is, I don't think that your black leaders knew what they were talking about, and henceforth you don't know what you're talking about. I think you would quickly come to the realization of things if you had all the information. However, things have been left out of the equation. One being galactic history. But who's going to talk about it? You don't want to talk about that. They're going to think you're crazy. And yet, they're spending billions of dollars trying to get to Mars and the moon. Why? Do you think they know something that you don't know, like the galactic history? Do you think they know their history? Why would they tell you? Why would they tell you their real plans or their history? Now, I'm fully aware of how this goes. I've seen it so many times. I'll die and then you'll tell everybody, yo, Saladin was on point though. He called all of this. I'm not offended. It's happened to many before me, and it will continue happening. I'm calling it galactic history. You have never heard of this term. Because I never heard of the term. I just started saying it. Because it made the most sense. These are the pieces that were missing, but they're withholding it and they're making it seem crazy. Yet, it wasn't too crazy to tell us that Eve was talking to a snake in the garden. So it wasn't that crazy. So is it crazy or not crazy? Or why won't you give it to us? So if you're not giving it to us, it can't be because it sounds crazy. Because throwing 3 Hebrew boys in a pizza oven and then taking them out and their clothes ain't even smoking, that sounds crazy. Getting swallowed up by a whale for 3 days, that sounds crazy. Getting advice on how to enlighten yourself from a serpent snake, that sounds crazy. I think you could take the risk to give the people the galactic history. Nah, we ain't gonna do that. I bet you won't.
So much for being a human being. And of course, that is the way the superior authorities on the earth view the human family. And I have for many years made myself known around the world as being a revolutionary, radical thinker. I have a lot of problems with government and tyranny, totalitarian fascism. Like Indiana Jones said in one of his movies, I don't like Nazism. I don't like Nazis. I don't like tyranny. I don't believe the God that created us divinely ordained us to be in chains. I think that the human spirit has always and will always rise above petty politics. But I also understand, I may not agree with necessarily, but I do understand the thinking of powerful men who look upon the masses as nothing but a bunch of sheep. Because in point of fact, too many of us act like that. In the book 1984, George Orwell, that was published in 1948, let's see, who was it that did the forewords? There was a quote. There was a quote in the 1984 original edition.
I don't know why the
that
audio
said
just
this.
got that bad.
As political and economic freedom diminishes, I'm sorry, it was Aldous Huxley, Julian Huxley said this in 1984 book. As political and economic freedom diminishes, sexual freedom tends compensatingly to increase. And the
Hold on. We're trying to figure out what that audio problem is. That just came out of nowhere, and it's probably on their side, but we gotta fix that. Hold on. I know what to do. This up. I don't know.
unless he needs cannon fodder or families with which to colonize the empty and conquered territories, will do well to encourage that freedom, in conjunction with the freedom to daydream, under the influence of narcotics, the movies, the radio, and it will now help to reconcile his subjects to the servitude which is now their fate. So the people who run this world know that most people couldn't care less about truth. America's not the land of the free and the home of the brave. We're not free or brave. Need to wake up and find out we're just here. The people who founded this country were men that we can't even converse with. They used a whole different terms and different logic. They were men of renown, brilliant, intelligent men who were students of history. And of course they made enemies in England, but they had the respect of the British kings and the respect of the British royalty. They may not have loved them, but they respected them because they were brilliant, intelligent men. Unfortunately, our country today has very few, if any, on those qualities left. Let me give you an example of how people play with your minds. In television, you have something called the Emmys. The Emmys they come out of Washington, D.C., and unfortunately, I forgot to put down what this name is, but the acronym is NATAS, National Academy of Television Arts and Sciences. Yes, NATAS, National Academy of Television Arts and Sciences, puts out the Emmys each year. NATAS. Go backwards. SATAN, okay? I don't believe in Satan as a devil. It's not an article of my faith, but I do believe that there is a profound presence of dark power on the earth. The word devil is simply the word evil with a D in front of it. And the word God comes from a German word Goth, which gives us the root word for good. You take an O out of good and it becomes God. And God is good and devil is evil. You need to understand that words and terms are divinely put into a flow so that your mind can accept concepts. I don't accept anything. I want to know Christians are called believers. I've often wondered, why would anyone call themselves a believer? I mean, if you are on death row, or if you are being tried for a capital crime, and your attorney is going through the different jurors, and they come across someone and they ask you, do you know anything about this case? And you say, oh yes, I already have decided this guy is guilty, and that's it. Well, they can't use you. Why? Well, because you're prejudiced. You haven't even heard the facts yet, and you've already decided. Right. So consequently, you are a believer. Right. You believe that the person is guilty, which obviously shows you do not have an open mind. You are not very well read, and consequently cannot be trusted to make any kind of a decision. And consequently, today, in religion throughout the world, unfortunately, they are believers. Why? Because they don't know anything. They're believers. Once you understand what words mean, the very word church is a classic example. We have Christians talking about Christ, having no idea in the world what the word Christ means. How would you know an antichrist if you don't even know what the word Christ means? Christ comes from a Greek word Christos, which gives us Pillsbury Crisco. Crisco is a cooking oil. That's what Christos or Christ means, oil. Therefore, Jesus the Christ is Jesus the oil, Jesus the Christos. The Christos, the oil, yes, because oil, you ask any Christian, why is Jesus called the Christ? They will tell you because he was the anointed. Why? Because even in the British tradition today, the king and queen is anointed in the head with holy oil. Interesting symbols, I suspect. Why were the ancient kings, not only in Israel, but throughout the ancient world, always anointed in the head with holy oil? Well, it has to do with Yahweh. Jehovah, Yahweh, the God of the Hebrews. Yahweh is not the name, it's not a proper name. Yahweh is a descriptive term that's describing something. The best way to illustrate what Yahweh is describing is to take a garden hose and bend the hose at the nozzle, turn on the water and feel the pressure building up in the hose. When you release the hose, the water does not pour out, it blows out. And it's an extraordinary release of energy. And that extraordinary release of dynamic energy, it was pinned up, that is released, is referred to in the ancient Phoenician world as Yahweh. The dynamic release of energy, Yahweh.
We're running short on time, so we're going to have to name this part 1. I don't have to leave yet, but I do have to leave soon to go pick up my daughter. But look what he said. He mentioned that the Phoenicians, that term came from the Phoenicians, which the universe is going to give you signs. Now, I'm not studying the Phoenicians. This happens all the time. I'll start studying stuff and I get pieces. It'll lead me to places. Now, that's the first time I heard him say that. But I am studying L.A. Waddle. Let me put up the book so you know which book I'm studying in case you want to study along with me. Because the book is on, unless they stop us, the book. I think I already got it up here. I do. Here go the book right here. So I'm already studying the book. Swastika crosses on dress of Phoenician sun priestess carrying sacred fire. This is the book right here I'm studying. Phoenician Origin of Britons and Scots and Anglo-Saxons. L.A. Waddell. So when I say, it's just funny he brought up the Phoenicians as being the originators of the term Yahweh. If you watch me, you know I do not believe in Yahweh, because there's just no way he could be part of. I don't know where he came from. He was not part. I studied pantheons. If he wasn't part of the Egyptian pantheon, which clearly the Hebrews have stolen some of their culture from, right? It's kind of like Judaism is a mix of stealing from Mesopotamia, Egypt, and the Canaanites. That's the crazy thing. Because Yahweh is not part of the original pantheon, the original Canaanite pantheon. He's actually part of no pantheon. I don't know where Yahweh is from to this day. I'll find out, but he ain't from there. Let us carry on. That was interesting. Hold on. Let's carry on.
That word was used in relation to sex. Period. The release of dynamic energy from the male into the female, because only God can create life. That's right. That's what the...
He's out here talking like he on 125th. He out here talking like Brother Polite. So he's saying Yahweh is the force of explosion, just like the semen that comes out of a penis, which may start to make sense of why we see the obelisk, which may only God create life. You understand? So before this sperm even goes to the eggs in a woman, it has to come from the man. Always remember, you see all of these corporations putting these symbols everywhere. Egyptian symbols, this, that, and the third. Amazon went full throttle and decided to throw a fucking penis as their symbol. Ridiculous. But now we start to understand the reasoning behind. It's not because they perverted it, what it stands for, who they feel they are and who they feel you are. Now, I don't need to come with any conspiracies today, because I already read what you can find in the Talmud. Brother Jordan Maxwell has already read to you what they considered a human being out of the Black's Dictionary. So none of these things are conspiracies. You just have to ask yourself, why? Why?
woman does. And consequently, Yahweh is connected directly to the sex act. This is why Jewish physicists tell us the whole universe came into existence with a big bang. You need to do your homework on words and terms. You will find that there's an extraordinary ignorance among the people of this world in relation to theology and religion. I talked about the word church. A lot of people do not know that the word church, an English word, as a matter of fact, you might want to keep this in mind. Go to any good library and do a lot of reading in the Oxford Dictionary of the English Language. Very important set of books. The word church, English word, goes back to a Scottish word, kirk. Kirk is church in Scottish, which is why you have a television show with Captain Kirk The good ship Enterprise. That's what Kirk is, enterprise. Money, political power. The very word priest. Well, let me finish with church, because there's more to it. Church goes back, as I said, to a Scottish word Kurt, but Kurt can be traced back to a Roman goddess named Circe. Circe in Rome can be traced back to a Greek goddess Circe. She was called Mother Circe. I'm not making this up. Mother Circe in the ancient Greek was known as an enchantress. She was able to hypnotize people, bring them into her house, turn them into pigs, and eat them, and live off of them. And this is what has happened today. Mother Circe, Mother Kirk, Mother Church has hypnotized nations and people that come into her house, turned them into animals to be used as cannon fodder for wars throughout the world, and live off of them. I had an FBI agent in 1989 call me from San Diego, and he said, "Jordan, this is a social call, not a business. I'm calling you to tell you that the FBI has been watching you for many years. We're following everything you say and do. But I want you to know, as a social call, that your government at this time," and that was in '89, "your government at this time does not consider you to be a threat. However, if people begin to, because they're hearing you, but if people begin to listen to you, and you begin to grow in popularity, the established order is going to have to take another look at you."
Okay. Remember I said a second ago? Don't worry about why my numbers is low. If my numbers ever start to rise, I got to get my affairs in order. I know that. Or I got to stop talking about what I'm talking about. Only two things. Right? So I'm not complaining about the growth of this channel. That number got too big, because I don't do what Billy Carson does. Right? I'm not saying he's a grifter. I'm not saying that. He'll educate you if you're listening. But he pretty much focuses on one aspect, right? Which is a safe place, and it doesn't necessarily offend anybody, right? Because it could be considered as myth. But if you listen to him, you will learn that what he's saying is not myth. But he doesn't go any further than that, which is a safe space, because he does have government contracts. I don't have any government contracts at the moment. I go into uncharted territory. Only a few can. And even lesser will. That's the thing. Only a few can, and even lesser will. Go into this uncharted territory, because the principalities recognize this could be a problem, so we have to get ahead of it. Let us say that it is a hate crime to talk on us. Let us say it is a hate crime to talk about certain things, so that it would deter the people from even bringing up this conversation. Well, that's going to work with some. It's not going to work with me and some others that are chosen. Many are chosen, but who actually answers the call, that's a different topic.
And your government is not concerned too much about what you do, because you do not advocate ever taking up arms or in any way overthrowing government.
Neither do I. Hope my government takes that into consideration.
I gotta go soon, but not yet. Don't everybody rush out. We still got a few more minutes. And with that being said, what happened here? Give me a second. This is crazy.
All right, let's try this. Give me a second. Don't nobody go nowhere. Yeah, we're going to make this part 2. I see that now. Because I can't find it. Oh. There we go. Alright, at least I could tell you what we're going to talk about tonight. Y'all want to do this tonight? We could do this tonight. But I definitely gotta go. Let me see something. Yeah. Let me tell you what we're gonna be talking about tonight. And I'll do it tonight because I got things to do tomorrow. We're gonna get back into the topic. The anatomy of an alliance. We're going to talk about the logic for the new, okay, I don't want to say that word. The glue that binds the alliance of power and the consequences. All that is necessary for evil to triumph is for good men to do nothing. That's true. The reason for cooperation between the opposing forces. This is it right here. This is what we need to discuss. The reasons for cooperation between the opposing forces that makes it look like these guys are really enemies when in fact it seems they could be working together, just like when Dr. Fauci was able to call out some leading scientists in China and work out a deal where they can continue his study of gain of function over there. We're supposed to be these rivals, these big rivals, and we worked perfectly normal together on releasing this biological weapon. All right. So tonight, tap in with your boy. I don't know what I'm gonna name the show. They don't like when I talk like this. It's nothing to do with me being. It has nothing to do with me. It has everything to do with just this information getting put out into the world. If I was to talk about something else, the war and how Donald Trump is an idiot, and it gets people excited, it gets some people mad, they love it, they throw me in the algorithm. Once I start making sense, they like, nah, we're good. We're good. Let's put you back in till you learn your lesson. You understand? It always seemed like I learned my lesson. I never do. All right. So if you want to partake in this conversation tonight, hit the subscribe button. Other than that, let me go get my daughter, find out how her day was at school today, and be a father. You understand? And I'll see you guys later on. Peace out.